Now I have it open. I have to mute it.
It always takes ages, this part, you know? Yeah, and you always have that little gap where you're like, oh, damn, is it live? Is it not live? Who knows? I think people can probably see us now. Yeah.
So.
Well, anyway, on the assumption that we are live, hello, everyone. It's the Drinker here, and this is happy hour number 20, so it's kind of a momentous occasion. Yeah, we're up into the 20s.
Oh,
everyone, it's the Drinker here. I'm coming through your speakers.
It's me. Maybe I should mute myself. Where is it? I have like a million tabs open. Where is it?
No, it's cool. It always happens.
I'm going to mute my...
Okay. I'll just kill some time while she's sorting that out. But hello to everyone while Anna's fixing her technical issues there. So it's the Drinker here, and we're kicking off happy hour number 20. And I am joined this evening by that Star Wars girl. And it's a pleasure to have you on the stream, Anna. I know the last time you were on, we did Star Trek. Oh, man, I can't even remember which one it was. Star Trek 4. Yeah, that was it. And she's still muted.
I don't know if I found it, but I don't hear any backplay again.
Okay.
So hopefully it went away.
You're good. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Whales, Star Trek, last time.
Yeah, the one with the whales. But now we're going down a whole different path because, you know, I said to you, you know, what movie do you think you'd like to talk about this time? And you were very clear. It's like, oh, I'd love to do Silence of the Lambs. So I was like, cool. That's a nice little change of pace, you know, rather than doing Star Trek.
Whale Star Trek.
Yeah. This is like the polar opposite, and it's good, you know, because you know, I've not really had much of a chance to do these like psychological thriller type serial killer movies on my channel. So it's nice to be able to do it. And yeah, I got a chance to rewatch the awesome Anthony Hopkins and Jodie Foster going at it. So, man. Oh, and I've got a nice Chianti as well to enjoy this movie. So, yeah. Cheers, everyone.
I have Mio, which...
What?
I drink religiously. So I don't like the taste of water. And so...
Well, does anyone?
Yeah, apparently. But I also don't like coffee. So I have Mio Energy. So it's got caffeine. And then I mix it with one that's not energy. So it's not too much caffeine to the point where I shake. Right. So that's what I'm drinking. And also when I drink wine, I do put Mio in it because I don't like the taste of wine.
Wow. Okay. So life is a series of uppers and downers.
It really is.
You've got to manage it quite carefully. I was doing a stream with Az last night when we were doing a bit of Call of Duty, and he came on. He was waiting for booze to get delivered, and it did just before the stream started. So he was playing catch up, and he pretty much necked an entire bottle of rum in the space of an hour, and he could barely get words out by the end. So I feel like he went too far the other direction. So. Yeah, I'm going to take it slow and steady because wine does put me to sleep. That's the only thing about it.
Yeah, it does, huh?
Tastes good, but yeah, it'll put me down. So I'll go slow. But anyway, yeah, like what's I have to ask, you know, what's made this movie like one of your favorites? What made you want to review it?
So a hero is only as strong as their villain, and when you have somebody. Yeah, I've been saying that for a long time. And I noticed you said it in your most recent video. And I was like, hey, somebody knows that quote. Interesting. Well, I mean, you write books, so you're probably used to that concept. But it's like, how do you rise up against a sociopath and a psychopath in one movie? So it's a movie that has, not only are you dealing with those two different aspects of the worst humanity you can get to, but then you also have to deal with the political aspect of rising through the ranks and, oh, do you do this because it's going to make this boss mad, or if you do this to save the person, it's going to step on this person's toes. So I remember watching it when I was way too young to be watching it, and I was like, this is so good. And so I always liked movies where the villains were good, because I mean, if a villain sucks, the movie is going to suck, because what does a hero have to defeat if the villain isn't something that's threatening? And when you have, like, Hannibal Lecter, Anthony Hopkins won the Oscar, and he's not even on camera for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You know?
That was something that really surprised me about this movie, because obviously he's the very much the centerpiece of it in terms of memorable characters. You know, Clarice is a good character, but she's not necessarily that memorable. But with him, like every second that he's on screen, you're absolutely captivated by him. But it's used very sparingly. And so, yeah, I was rewatching it today. I was surprised by how long of a stretch he's not in it. And it's just the investigation and Clarice dealing with her superiors, and then you get, you know, Buffalo Bill, and then he's just every so often he'll come back in when she has to have a scene with him, and yeah, I think they use him sparingly, but he's very effective as a result.
Well, it's the same thing. Have you read the book?
I haven't. No, I haven't. So my understanding of it is just entirely based off the movies, unfortunately.
Well, it's a very good book. There are some things that are different, but do you ever get, you know, when people say, oh, the book is so much better? It's actually, I mean, the book is really good and there's things in it that are really great, but then the movie, it picks the best things in the book, makes it better at some instances, and then change things that are in the book for the film that actually do make it better. Like in the book, her mom's not dead. She has all these siblings and stuff. And so I think it made it more powerful in the movie that she was an only child and, you know, she lost both of her parents, because that it made more sense getting sent to an orphanage as compared to what they did in the book. But it's just everything about it. Did you ever watch or read Rebecca?
Rebecca. Oh, yeah. I'm sure I studied this in high school.
With
And
Ingrid, no, is it Ingrid? Lawrence, Olivier. And in the book, like, you don't even get to know the main character's name, but they just talk about Rebecca the entire book, but she's never in it. And so
yes,
it's like that with Hannibal Lecter. Like, you know who he is, you know all these terrible things about him before you even see him. And when you see him, he's, you know, you see all these crazy people and he's the one that looks normal.
yeah.
And
Well, apparently it was Anthony Hopkins' idea, like, you know, when she first goes into that underground, like, row of cells where all the worst crazies are kept. And, you know, you see them, they're all reacting in various ways. They're shouting and screaming and stuff. It was his idea to just be stood bolt upright in the middle of his cell, just waiting for her to approach, you know, and he's got that really creepy smile on his face and he's not moving. It's just, it's
He's
such a it's such a captivating performance. It's great to watch him. And it's a funny thing as well, because, you know, so many of his lines have been parodied and overused so many times that, like, it's almost like they're treated as a joke now. But when you actually see them delivered in the original movie, they're so effective, you know, and it's all in his delivery and his style. You know, the dialogue is excellent. It's really sharp, really insightful. Yeah, I figured. And
except it's not chianti in the book, it's Amarone.
Chianti sounds better. Chianti sounds better.
Yeah, well, I mean, the good morning, that's exactly what he says to her in the book, but he's sitting down at his desk in the book and she's kind of got to, you know, wait until he acknowledges her. And then in the movie they did have to switch it because there wasn't bulletproof glass in the book. It's like nets. It's a series of nets, and like, how are we going to film this? They're like, fuck it, let's just put glass.
Yeah.
Which is much better.
I think it works really effectively because the glass is obviously so it's so kind of polished or whatever that you can barely see it, and so you get this weird impression that there's nothing between them. And so she's able to approach very closely. You know that barrier's there, but there's always that almost subconscious feeling that he could just break through it and get to her. You know, it's really cool.
Looking straight into the camera the way he does, and it's like, oh, geez.
Yeah, it's very effective at creeping you out, you know. And just so many aspects of this film, like, just feel like they don't get done anymore. Like, films nowadays, they would either rely on, like, excessive amounts of gore to shock you, or they wouldn't have enemies or antagonists like Hannibal Lecter who are that smart and that interesting. But this is a movie that just really delivers on all of that. And yeah, there's gore in it, but it never feels gratuitous. It's always in service of the plot, and it makes sense in the context. you know.
Well, I mean,
So
you don't see him skinning the women. You see him working with skin at some point, and then it goes into so much detail in the book about how he's like how he's watching with like his night vision goggles at the girls in the well, and how he's like looking at them to make sure they're not bruised, and just talking about how he has a fridge full of, you know, brains because you have to put that on the skin. It's so much detail. It's like, oh my God. But I think the thing with Hannibal Lecter is he's based on a real serial killer that the author met. Because so he would go and he would interview, you know, people that are, you know, incarcerated for certain crimes. And he was talking to this doctor at this prison, not knowing that this doctor is a serial killer, like, you know, asking him questions about this other inmate that he was sent to interview. And then when he was leaving, he said something about, oh, you know, how long has this doctor been there? They're like, he's a serial killer, dude. Like, he just treats people for free. And, you know, he's our doctor because we're going to use him. But when he's treating people, he's normal. But when he's not, he's a serial killer. And so it's in one of the versions of the audiobook where the author actually talks about this, and he explains that whole story. And he's like, well, when I was coming up with this book, he's like, I've already met Hannibal Lecter, you know? And so a lot of authors, I feel, they don't really do research, at least newer ones that are trying to play villains.
Well, shit, man, I don't do any research. I just make all this stuff up as I go, you know.
I'm sure you have to, because don't you write about secret agents and stuff, or FBI agents?
Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm lucky enough to know people who, particularly when it comes to the military, who've done tours in Afghanistan, Iraq, places like that, and so like I can bring a lot of their like experiences into it, to try and get it as accurate as I can. But yeah, obviously this author going down a different track when he's dealing with things like serial killers and stuff. The fact that he took the time to go and interview real people,
well, that was
gone
his
through
job
that stuff.
back in the day.
Right. Okay.
You know, he started writing novels later on after his career because he was a reporter. So he would go and talk to these people. So that's why when you read this, it's like, holy crap. Like you actually, you know, that's why he knows the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath, which people don't really know the difference nowadays.
Yeah.
And it's so good. So good.
Yeah. No, a great movie. And as we usually do, I guess we can just kind of talk through it and kind of, if there's scenes or whatever that jump out at you that you want to talk about, then feel free to, you know, we can just go into it. But just for people that are watching, obviously there's super chats that people have sent in, so thank you, and we will get through that as we usually do, more towards the end, just so it gives us a chance to talk about the film first. It's usually the easiest way, because otherwise we'll stop and start all the time, so it's kind of tricky. Yeah. But yeah, so I guess the setup for this film is that, you know, we're introduced to Clarice Starling by Jodie Foster, and she's like a trainee FBI agent who's brought in by her boss to interview Hannibal Lecter, who's a serial killer that's been captured, and he's now in a psychiatric institution. And initially, she's not really told much about what they want him for. She's just told that it's like almost like an evaluation of him, to get more insight into the mind of a killer. And I think, as her boss explains later, you know, if she'd been sent in there with a specific, agenda to get help with this case that they're working on, Hannibal Lecter would have just destroyed her. Yeah, and just like it wouldn't have helped. So she's almost picked because she's young and naive, and she doesn't really understand what she's been roped into.
Well, she's picked because she has a degree in psychology. And so when, you know, she goes into the office and she's looking at, you know, all of the Buffalo Bill pictures, because she knows he's dealing with the case. And he's like, oh, we're doing this for our database, but, you know, for all of the known serial killers that we have in custody, which aren't that many because you don't usually get them alive. And so he's like, I want you to go in there and ask questions. I can't remember the dialogue specifically for that scene, but she is picked because she has a degree, and also for physical attributes that he thinks will work on Hannibal Lecter, because in Red Dragon, you know, there was will. And so he knows what Hannibal Lecter will have done to someone like that. And, you know, there's the other aspect of it.
Yeah. And the movie kind of, it touches on that quite a bit. Either the fact that she's used as this pawn a little bit because she is a young woman that's attractive, and that's kind of what people like Lecter would respond to. And the fact that she's kind of a woman in a man's world serving in the FBI. You get a lot of these shots where she goes into like an elevator and it'll be all men who are like a foot taller than her. And it's just there to make her kind of seem like she's a bit uncomfortable around all that. Like she's she's a little bit out of her depth, but like that's what she has to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So the movie does it without like laboring the point, I guess.
Well, it's kind of like Mulan, right? Except she's not in disguise as a man, and she has to use her brain to outthink things. And there are certain scenes in the movie that are also in the book where it's like a man wouldn't think to go look in a girl's jewelry box behind the mirror.
Yeah.
Because I don't think very many men, this is me assuming, for those that freak out about this stuff, I don't think very many men have little jewelry boxes with secret compartments where, girls typically hide things.
How dare you, Anna? I'm well known for my jewelry collection. Yeah.
Well,
no, exactly. That's you raise a really good point there. It's stuff that a male investigator perhaps wouldn't think to look for. I wouldn't, for sure, but she kind of knows that because she's probably had something exactly the same herself. So it makes a good point, really, about having that different perspective on a criminal and having that opportunity to
understanding your victim, because she has to try to get and learn about, it's Frederica in the movie, so she's trying to learn about the victims and what they did and how it was. And one of the lines from Hannibal is like, they covet what they see every day, and that's how she figured out, oh well, Buffalo Bill knew the first one, so what did she do every day? What was her secret? Because obviously she had a secret, or else she would still be alive. So how do I find that secret? And, men and women have different ways of doing things. So this is one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, female empowerment, but it's done correctly without trying to insult the other gender,
Yeah, I mean, exactly like we were saying. It's not there to say men are so dumb, they would never figure stuff like this out. It's just like, they've got different experiences in life, and so that filters through to what their thought process would be. So it makes sense in context, and it's not trying to say that one side is just generally better at being an investigator than the other. It's just, each one's got a different perspective, and they can both be useful, I guess.
Exactly.
So, but yeah, she's brought in. So initially, she's just told that she's to go and build up this profile on Hannibal Lecter. She goes into the institute where he's being held. You've got that, the doctor there who's like the head, the manager of the institute, who tries to creep on her a little bit. He's like, I can show you a good night out in Baltimore. It's a cool town. It's like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, she's like, no, weirdo.
yeah. He's just he's nice and sleazy, he's just got that look about him. So, the introduction of Lecter is just handled brilliantly. It really builds him up. She's going down these steps. The place is like a fortress. The doctor kind of explains an incident they had with Lecter, where it's like, the reason we keep him in restraints is because, we had to take him to the infirmary once, and the nurse kind of leaned over him, and he did this to her. And she just shows her a picture, and you don't have to see what's. Yeah, you don't need to. You just know, God, it's going to be horrific.
Yeah.
It's enough.
Just the description and how it's like, oh, his pulse didn't get above 80 even when he swallowed her tongue. It's like,
yeah.
What do you mean? How did he swallow her tongue? Ugh.
Yeah, it just it straight away, this dude is fucked in the head for sure. And so, she's going through this underground sort of dungeon almost, where all the other serial killers are being kept, and his is like the last cell. And like I was saying earlier, the rest of them are kind of shouting at her, or they only react when she walks past their cells, but he's just stood there right in the middle of his cell, just waiting for her. And he's got that creepy Hannibal Lecter smile on his face, like, hey, my next meal has just arrived. Excellent.
Anthony Hopkins for you.
Yeah. I mean,
perfect casting.
Yes. Yeah. Very much so. I saw a tweet about this or something a while back. It was like talking about, why Brits are so often chosen as
villains.
villains, yeah. And I don't know if there's just something about that acting style that's a little bit different, where they
Yeah,
can
'cause
play
a
these.
lot of Brits are like classically trained for like Shakespearean stuff, right? Like you guys
Yeah,
have read Shakespearean. Hey,
yeah. Yeah, and I don't know if there was a bit of a realization of like, look, a villain doesn't have to be this big hulking monster that's just going to beat the hero up. You know, they can be something much more cerebral that's going to test them on that intellectual level. And I think maybe that's where the Brit actors come into their own, or at least they did back then. Where you've got guys like Alan Rickman playing Hans Gruber, or you've got
which
Anthony
he's
Hopkins.
a big dude too, right? He's big.
Was that
He was a big dude, wasn't he? Though
who?
Alan Rickman, like he's a
No,
big.
no.
No, he's not.
I mean, he may have been tall, but he's not. He's not a physical powerhouse. He's not big and muscular or anything like that.
Kind
He's
of was in Robin Hood, wasn't he?
nah. I mean, I don't remember him ever being big. Like he's never. The movie never tries to show him off as being like a strong guy. He's just a regular sort of dude, I guess. He can fight, but I guess that's a bit
Are you
different.
talking about just Die Hard or like him in particular?
Mostly in Die Hard, because in Robin Hood, he's a more like over the top,
Yeah.
villain. I'm gonna cut your heart out with a spoon. In Die Hard, he's a bit more restrained and he's a bit more intellectual, and it's the same sort of idea with Hannibal Lecter. Anthony Hopkins isn't a big guy and he's not physically imposing, but he doesn't need to be. He's more intelligent that way,
Mhm.
and that's
Hannibal
that's
Lecter
where
in the book, he's described as a small man,
yeah.
but he's got like this strength about him, but you wouldn't guess it by looking at him. And it's on top of that intelligence.
Yeah, because they had Brian Cox playing him in Manhunter, didn't they? And he's a bigger guy. He's bigger and stockier, and so like he always felt like he wasn't quite right for the role of Lecter. I felt like Anthony Hopkins just nailed that kind of performance. Yeah, and he looks suitably creepy as well when you see him. Like he's got the hair slicked back. He's really pale, like a guy who's been in this cell for like 10 years or whatever. So I guess that's how you would look. And yeah, he's very polite, which I think is interesting. He doesn't insult Clarice. He doesn't shout at her or anything like that. He's just very articulate, very polite. Very well conducted, and it almost puts her off guard. I guess that's the whole point. That's how he gets
the
inside.
exact opposite of the other guy that said the thing right before.
Yeah. Oh god, there's that. It's so weird to hear that said in a movie. Like you just don't get it anymore. But yeah, so
walking past a mentally insane person,
maybe
that
what he
hasn't
does.
been a woman in like a decade. So
I mean, what he does later is even. What can I say?
Which I didn't realize this, but I guess that was like a 1 in a million shot for a dude. And I was like, I never thought of that. But a majority of my life, I thought that was a loogie. I didn't, because I watched this when I was really young.
I had this. Yeah, I did the same
know
thing.
What the C word was. My reference for that scene was like, oh yeah, that was like in Titanic when he's teaching her how to spit loogies. He just spit on her. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I was much the same. I watched this when I was way too young. I probably stayed up late and just watched it, and I did not twig what had happened there until I was older. I was like, right, I get it. Okay.
That's one of the things about Hannibal Lecter. He's very polite. He's very proper. But the thing that like he'll kill you if he thinks you're rude.
Yes.
And so if you have bad manners, he doesn't think you're worth living. So that's when he kills you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I always felt bad for that cop later on that he murders when he escapes, because they were really nice to him and really polite at all times. And I'm like, oh man, they seem like the kind of people that he would warm to, but needs must and all that, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I had to get away somehow,
That's it. But yeah, like that line of dialogue is used by Lecter then, when she says that and she's like, oh, this is what he said to me. And Lecter's like, well, I see. Well, I myself cannot. And then he like, he smells through the window, the holes for the air. And he's like, he explains exactly what like, body lotion she uses and what perfume she likes. And it's like, he just knows all that just by that tiny little scent of her. So straight away he's explaining to her like, yeah, I can pretty much figure out everything about you just with the few minutes that we're together, you know. Same with when he detects her accent. You know, she's got like a Virginia accent and she's trying to hide it because, you know, I guess that's seen as kind of you know, a bit uncouth for the FBI, so she's obviously always tried to play it down. He recognizes all the things about her, like her bag that she carries, her shoes that she wears, and he pretty much puts together an entire picture of her life. And it's a great scene. It's a great bit of dialogue, you know, so sharp, so well performed. Like, yeah, stuff like that is just great.
People's embarrassment and pain. And I mean, being locked in a cell, the only thing he has is what does he find fun and amusing? And so it's like, it's some weird type of, I don't know, pleasure that he gets out of making somebody that uncomfortable. And then she just throws it right back at him. She's like, well, can you do that to yourself? You know, I can take it. Can you?
Yeah, yeah. But I feel like even then he always has a response for her. So it's like she's trying to find her footing with this guy and find a way to do business with him. And his way of, you know, he toys with her a little bit, he's polite and stuff, and then he does that whole talk about like, oh, you know, where are you from, and I can imagine what your dad was like, and all this other stuff, and it rattles her immediately. And then he sends her off, and that's when she's leaving, that's when Multiple Miggs delivers his little present to her.
Yeah.
That's an unpleasant scene.
Just a little bit. The loogie scene.
Yeah, exactly, the loogie scene. But yeah, and then that's enough for Lecter then to give her a bit of information that is going to help her later on, because he gives her a name that she should look up, like a former patient of his.
Benjamin Raspail.
Yes. And I can't remember what name it is, but it's like an anagram he gives her. But
Miss Moffat.
Yes. Yeah. So he you know, she goes running off, and I think you get a little flashback to when she was a kid, and you get to see her dad. And so you know that there's something there, like some kind of childhood trauma that we don't know about yet. So I like how that gets gradually explained over the course of the film. And you get to see like how she became the person that she is. But yeah.
Well, then she's by her car and she's crying because it's like, oh my God, you know, she just faced off like, you know, one of the scariest people that's alive at that time. And then she got, you know, cum on her face. And Jodie Foster, actually, there was a female FBI agent that she got to talk to. And she's like, well, what do you do when you're in a situation? And the lady told her, she's like, never cry in front of anyone. Cause she's like, they already think you're physically weak. She's like, doesn't matter how painful, how scary it is. She's like, you wait until you're alone. So Jodie Foster's like, I have to have this, like, where, you know, she's letting her emotion out to show that she's human. You know, she just faced off evil and looked it in the eye and, you know, got a trademark on her. What are you going to do? Like, what would you do in that situation? You know, I mean, I probably would freak out and cry, because that's a really uncomfortable situation to be in, and you got to do it for your job.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the reaction would be something like, I'm going to need a surgical baseball bat, doctor, in like 5 minutes alone with this chap. But yeah, like, you just want to get the fuck out of there and go home and get a shower, probably. But it's enough to give her a lead in what she's doing. She delivers a report to Crawford, but she knows there's more to what Lecter was telling her. And she realizes what he said was some kind of anagram for like what was it again?
Well,
it was like
a throwaway line that she says, but it shows how intelligent she is, because us as the audience, we didn't think of it as an anagram, but she's like, oh no, it's an anagram for oh gosh, what is it? It's different in the book.
Well, he says something to her like,
like, believe in yourself, and then it's or something like that, and then she puts it all together and she figures it out because it was a test. And then, you know, they go to, what is it, a storage unit?
Yeah. So she goes in there, I mean, it's a really like 'cause it's a weird scene, like where she goes inside this storage unit and there's just shit everywhere. There's like it's crammed full of stuff, and
Mhm.
like it's like she goes inside a car that's parked in the middle of it, and there's a head in a jar waiting for her,
Yeah.
which is a weird little one. So it's
Mhm.
been, I guess, it's been in there for 10 years or so. So like since before Lecter was captured. Um, and when she questions him about that, um,
Well,
she
so
finds out
then
that
it's different because she's like sitting on the floor, and and it's all dark. Is that
mm,
that's the one? Yeah, yeah. She
yeah,
does that.
because well, yeah, because she finds the head. She obviously kind of reports on all that, but that's when she realizes that the name was an anagram, and so she goes back. She figures that out, and then goes back to Lecter and realizes it was a test. She thinks it's one of his victims, and he explains, no, it was actually someone like someone else killed that guy, but I kind of covered it up and hid them away. And you find out that Buffalo Bill, who's the serial killer that's currently on the loose,
That we saw at
was
the
one.
beginning of the movie that
Yeah,
Jack was trying to look into, and each time she's met Lecter, he's brought up Buffalo Bill to her. She didn't bring it up to him, and he wants to know about it because it's Hannibal Lecter, and he knows something that nobody else does, which is who
yeah,
it is.
yeah, exactly. And so he, like Buffalo Bill, was once a patient of his, but he's not going to divulge any more information about it until he can get some kind of deal. I guess he's willing to help, but he wants like the case notes so he can do like a profile on Buffalo Bill. So like he kind of knows more than he's letting on about this person, but he wants to first of all just pretend that he's cooperating with the investigation rather than already knowing lots of stuff about this guy. Um, and I think that's when you get to see Buffalo Bill in action for the first time because he's found his next victim, who's like a young woman, as they all are, and he lures her into the back of his van by pretending like he's trying to lift a piece of furniture and then knocks her out. So
Yeah, he's pulling
uh,
Ted Bundy.
yeah. Um, but the movie has kind of established a time limit on this because we know that when he gets one of his victims, he starves them for 3 days before he kills them. So we know from
It
this point,
depends on they said he's getting better at it and the time period's getting shorter. And so like 3 days to a week.
yeah. But they're kind of operating on the assumption that like we've got 3 days to get her or to
Mhm.
recover her before he kills her, and so that gives a new sense of urgency to it. But what you find out is that she's the daughter of a senator, I think, and so suddenly it becomes much more important, because it becomes a matter of national, um,
Security.
yeah, national security, but national interest as well. Just like
Mhm.
a senator can command the media and get so
Yeah.
much more attention on this. You see her, she does a news interview and she, as they say, she does all these things like she uses her daughter's name repeatedly so that the killer
Mhm.
will try and identify with her as a person rather than just an object. Uh, so that's what kind of gives you this new sense of urgency. It becomes like a national case then.
Yeah. And with it, of course, Hannibal Lecter knows everything that's going on. And because of, him finding the head and stuff, that is going to lead into other things. But then they not only did he take Catherine, but they found another body. And since Clarice has experience, fingerprinting floaters, she's taken to go look at the body.
Mm. And it's a really like you get the whole like autopsy scene where they're taking photographs, and every time the camera goes off it sounds like a shotgun blast or something. It's like the loudest thing.
Yeah.
And it's to make it all seem very like
Oh,
mechanical
well,
and
it's from like the camera,
yeah,
the
yeah,
old
exactly.
old school cameras.
Old fashioned like flashbulb thing where you can practically see the gunpowder going off.
Oh,
uh,
but you missed it when Jack, asks, oh, the ranger, to not speak in front of a woman. And so
yes.
Clarice is in, this uncomfortable situation, and then she's the one that has to, you know, be on record recording the things of the autopsy and taking the photographs and, you know, fingerprinting the girl so they could find out who she is. And then she finds the seed pod.
Mm.
Or
Yeah.
The egg pod, whatever they're called.
Yeah, it's like a
Coon.
chrysalis or something that like the bugs go into before they turn into butterflies. And there's kind of a whole bunch of things going on there because she's oh right, yeah, nice.
Yeah. I like this kind of stuff. You can't tell.
Yeah. She's and so you know, she's pissed off with Crawford afterwards because he kind of, you know, belittled her in front of people and implied that she couldn't handle this stuff, but he explains that he was doing it just so they could get rid of some of them because they were crowding the place up. And she's like, yeah, but they look to you to see how they should act around people like me, and you've just fucked it up for me, so thanks for that.
Well, also, after you read it, you see that Jack's not a bad guy, but he does come off kind of sleazy in the movie. Because in the movie, they leave out that his wife is dying of like some kind of disease, and he's dealing with that, and he actually is trying to help her. But in the movie, how Hannibal brings it up later, how he's like, oh, like, is he into you? Is he just doing this because he wants to fuck you? Yeah. And they do kind of imply that more in the movie just to build up that it's kind of just to make her alienated from everyone, and the only person that does see something in her that is actually trying to help her is, you know, the psycho or sociopath Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, they walk a very fine line with that character in the movie, in that you could almost just brush it off as like, well, he likes her and he's almost got a paternal kind of interest in her, in wanting to like nurture her career and stuff. But yeah, there's that scene really late in the movie where he shakes her hand and the camera's right in on their hands, and he just maybe holds it like a moment too long or something, and it's just really
implying her a certain way.
Yeah, and like Hannibal Lecter right from the off, like he's like, oh, Jack Crawford sent you, you're exactly the kind of woman he'd be interested in. Do you think he imagines all these like situations where he's fucking you and stuff? And you know, he's got it figured out straight away, and the movie plays it a little bit coy as to whether or not the guy is like that. But like you say, yeah, there's moments where it's quite heavily implied that he's very attracted to her. So it just it doesn't go too far with it where it's like, oh, yep, clearly he's just way over the line, and you know.
Well, even in the scene where she brings it up to him and they're in the car and he's like kind of leaning back and he's got his back and he's like talking over his shoulder to her, it's like, are you guys like old buddies? Or are you her boss? And like he's just talking to her, not really as a superior, but kind of a little bit more playful the way that he says it, and kind of laughs it off like it's not that important. She's like, no, it is important.
Yeah.
So they do kind of more so imply that than it is done in the book. Because in the book, he does like say like mentally, like, oh, at certain points he wants to like put his hand on her shoulder, or he pictures it, but he knows it's never going to happen, kind of thing. And it's like, oh, if I was younger and, you know, if I hadn't met my wife and stuff like this. But so I think they just went and they're like, all right, well, we're just going to do this specifically for this individual plot, and we're probably not going to do a sequel, so we'll just leave it like this. So it's just one contained little entity.
Yeah. But like you say, it then creates an interesting situation for her character where she kind of feels like there's no one she can turn to, I guess, because people... Yeah, exactly. You know, people either disrespect her or they lust after her, and there's no one apart from like her fellow student. I can't remember the character's name. Right, Ardelia, who's kind of a little bit of a sounding board, but she's not in the movie very much. But the people she has to work with day to day, yeah, like they are not particularly trustworthy for her. And like you say, that brings her more and more towards Hannibal Lecter, who's kind of always. He's always straight with her, which is really weird. Like he's quite honest with her most of the time. So
yeah,
interesting dynamic it creates. And it's...
Well, do you know what happens at the end of the series? In
the books?
Yeah. Do you know the ending?
I hope it's not like they get together. Please, no.
I don't know if I want to tell you or not.
I mean, I'm not going to read them, so it's like...
You're not going to read them? fantastic. Yeah, they do end up together, but it's a little bit weirder than that. But so the reason why, and I think a lot of people, because I hated the ending the first time I read it, I was like, what the fuck? What do you mean? She turns into a cannibal too? And what? Her dad's a zombie? What? But it's a metaphor for how corrupt the world is, that, you know, that your option for the best future and, you know, the fairest version of justice you're going to get is with a sociopath. And so it shows, you know, the difference between types of evils, and how when you do everything right in the system and how it doesn't work because her career gets sabotaged by a jerk that's jealous because of her early on success, that the best option for her is to go with Hannibal. And so it's this weird twist that the author did on purpose. A lot of people don't understand, because they get so hung up on what actually happens that they don't get, you know, the evaluation of how corrupt the system is now. So it gets lost in translation. But oh yeah, sorry guys, I spoiled it. It's been out for like decades. I'm sorry. That was a really bad summary I did. If you want to know what happens, go read it. But so yeah.
I mean, I can sort of get what they're going for, but then I feel like there's kind of limits to what a sane person would find acceptable in a partner, and like a person who eats people, that feels like that's crossing the line. Like,
So
I
he
don't
does
know.
drug her, and he makes her hallucinate certain things. And so it specifically says at the end, when she does make the decision, that she doesn't have the drugs in her system, but her life has been so fucked up and her career has been so sabotaged that it kind of is her only option. But then she turns into a cannibal too. So it was pushed over that limit to purposefully, you know, just give an evaluation on how bad society has become and how fucked up our justice system is. So, because
I
they
mean,
purposely sabotage her so that way she has no other options.
yeah, I mean, I think in this context of the movie, you know, it's again, it balances that line of, you know, she's afraid of him, but she's kind of fascinated by him at the same time, and maybe a little bit entranced by him because he's
Well,
got
he's
that kind of.
teaching her. He has all the knowledge that she needs, and it's like, you know, a little puzzle box or a Rubik's cube, and it's like, how do you get this thing? Because he has the thing that she needs. Just like he says, he's like, you know, I'll give you what you want, advancement. You want to advance in your career, you want to be successful. He's like, I have everything that you need for that if you listen to me. And he's the one that's actually teaching her. He doesn't hand it to her. She eventually figures it out based on the things that he tells her to look for. You know, like,
Yeah, so it's like,
everything you need is right there.
yeah, well, he's simultaneously teaching her and testing her, you know, to see if she's got that innate kind of ability to just put the pieces together and figure out what he's trying to say. And you know, you then end up with a really complex kind of relationship between these two characters, where you know, there's conflict, there's fear, there's the possibility of learning useful information from him, so she has to bargain with him. There's maybe some kind of suggestion that there's a deeper relationship there, but the movie kind of leaves you to draw your own conclusions from that in terms of what Clarice actually thinks of Lecter.
Well, it shows you in the one scene where he's like, you know, your eyes seek out what they want. And she's like, okay, yeah. And she looks away all ashamed. He has it's I don't think in that way it was, you know, meant as, you know, a flirtatious type of thing for her, but it's like he has what she wants, and so he knows that he has that power over her. That's why she's ashamed and looks away. She's like, yeah, fuck, you're right, you know.
Yeah, well, you get that moment as well where right near the end where she hands him, or sorry, he takes the case file and gives it back to her, and he's made notes on it, and his finger brushes against her hand just for a moment. Just like with Crawford, you get that very close-up shot of their hands, and it's like that's the one time when they physically touched each other, and it's meant to be played out with this kind of electrifying moment, I guess, for both of them. And so you've got really complex kind of set of emotions going on there, but the film lets you draw your own conclusions to some extent about what they're feeling. So no, I like that. I like that aspect of it. So Sorry, I'm just enjoying my Chianti.
Oh, you're fine.
So yeah, Buffalo Bill has got his victim, and he's, I guess he's preparing to kill her, but they're now up against the time limit. Clarice has been brought out to this body that's been recovered from the river. She was like the first victim, I think, but she's like the third one that was discovered.
No. So Frederica was the first victim, but she was the third one found, and that's kind of the key to finding him. Kimberly is the one that Clarice sees the body of, and so I think she's the fifth victim, and so Catherine is possibly going to be the sixth. And what happens? I'm trying to think of the next scene, and then it's the
what's the moth
they find
thing?
the bug cocoon in the mouth, so she has to go to what is the word for it?
It's like a museum or something where they
It's
study.
the big one in Washington. What is it called?
The Smithsonian?
Yes, that one.
Hey.
Yes. And so then she, goes to the bug guys, and then they're looking at it, and that's when they're able to, peel it back, and they're like the death head moth.
Yeah. One guy's cross-eyed for some reason. I've no idea why.
Oh, it's not that he's cross-eyed in the book, but it says like there's a special type of gleam in his eye. And then so it's Pilcher and Rodin. Pilcher is the one with the kind of cross-eyed, which ironically she actually ends up with that guy in the book.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, so what happens is after everything happens and she kills Buffalo Bill, he invites her to come like stay with him and his sister in his sister's cabin. And he's like, you don't have to stay with me, but he's like, a house full of dogs, and this cabin is, you need to escape. And so her and her friend go, and it's like, oh, is she in the bed with the dude, or there's just a bunch of dogs? You don't know.
Damn. I mean,
it's
like his
more charming in the book, though.
Well, his banter in the movie is pretty much like, "Hey, do you like burgers and beer? Want to go out with me?" She's like, "Are you hitting on me?" He's like, "Yeah." It's
well,
like,
hey, he made her
okay.
laugh though. If you notice, like she smiles and she's like, "At least he's being honest."
Yeah, I mean, she kind of does that throughout the film, though. Like when guys really awkwardly hit on her, she kind of smiles and brushes it off because she's like professional that way. And I just assumed it was a bit more of that. It's like, yeah, this guy's a fucking weirdo. I'm not going near him.
A weird bug guy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if that's your job, if you study like creepy moths, like, wow, what kind of banter can you really provide? But anyway, like the one useful piece of information they give her is that this is some kind of rare, butterfly thing that you don't get in America, so it has to be imported, and it becomes important later because only like specialist people would have brought them in, and that I think that's when Clarice finds that Buffalo Bill had once been arrested for illegally bringing this stuff into the country or something like that, and it helps to clue her into who he is. But for the time being, it's like it's a symbolic thing for Buffalo Bill, like the bug represents like transformation or something.
Yeah, and it brings in, and I believe this is in her next conversation with Hannibal, right? Where he's like, "Oh, what? Like, did you find a butterfly?" And he's like, "I can help you catch him, Clarice, if you just do all of this." But then he explains, "Oh, it's the transformation aspect of becoming something else." And then they get into the topic of transsexuals, and he's just like, "Well," or she says, transsexuals are very passive, like they wouldn't do something like this." And that's when he's like, "Oh no, that's why he's kind of psycho, because he thinks he is, but he's not, and he's so frustrated because no one will help him, and so he's doing his own thing to try to transform."
I guess it's kind of important that they get that in the film, and I presume it's in the books as well, where it's like, we're not implying that transsexuals are like all serial killers in the making or anything like that. This guy is something that's quite unique, and it's just
even more in depth. It's actually very fascinating because Hannibal Lecter says, "Oh well, this is how you would spot him," because he names off the hospitals where you would get a sex change in America, and he's like, "These are the type of tests," and they won't let you do it if you have a criminal history. He 100% lied about that. And then they make you take, all of these type of background tests. And he's like, these are the type of answers that he would give. And then, they ask you to draw yourself and your house and what you would think. So, because it's a psychological thing. You don't have to be good at drawing, but describing, oh, well, this is what you would look for. If he draws himself this way, it's basically you're going to look for a very disturbed, scary drawing. And so Crawford has to get at it through the, through the hospitals. And they're like, no, because they think that they're trying to make it, transsexuals already have enough problems as it is. We're not going to let you get the media in here and make it seem like, they're killers. They have serious problems and the world doesn't understand them. And then Crawford's like, no, we're looking for someone that's not. And, these would turn, like, these are the red flags. And that's part of how they catch him in the end. It's a little
Right. Okay. Yeah, because it's kind of split up in the movie where, they go to where they think he is and he's not there. And Clarice goes to the correct place because she deduced it from going to one of the victims' houses and finding out what links them together. And I don't know if the book follows that same that same process or if it's a bit different.
No, it is with the different houses and stuff, but she's on a different path. They show her at like Frederica's house, but she's actually at Catherine's, and she actually has a scene with Ruth Martin, the senator, whereas in the film, I don't believe she does, which would have been, it's a missed opportunity, but the film, I think, is, very close to perfect that a film can get to, which is why it's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
So what scene were we actually on? Because now I know I'm jumbling it up.
Yeah, no, it's Clarice has discovered the bug, so she goes back to Lecter to kind of talk about what they found. He believes that the killer is, a transsexual. It's a person that he knew before, who killed that first victim whose head was in the jar, and he gives a bit of a
bail.
Yes, gives a profile on the guy, and he wants to make a deal. He's basically like, I'll tell you who it is, but I want to be transferred to like a new prison where, I've got better conditions.
And a window and a view and,
Yeah, and
Chilton.
Yeah, exactly, because this guy just kind of torments Hannibal Lecter and pisses him off, and so he wants to get away from him. And Clarice draws up this deal for him where he's going to get like transferred to a different hospital and he'll get to go to like an island someplace once a year. So it's all lovely. It sounds delightful. And so he's willing to help, but the deal turns out to be fake. It was just given by Crawford to get Hannibal Lecter to cooperate. They lied to Clarice, but obviously Lecter doesn't know that. And it's not until Chiltern comes in and says to him, this was all bullshit. Like, this deal is fake.
Because he feels spited that he's not in on it and he's not getting to interview, and that Clarice, turned him down. So Chilton is just like the biggest sleazeball you could imagine, and somebody that should not be running a penitentiary, for the criminally insane. It's like, I think you need your own help before you are, trying to help others.
He's just, I guess the movie portrays him as just like a kind of petty tyrant. Like he's a big fish in a small pond there, and he's used to doing whatever he wants. And so suddenly this investigation has kind of swept up everything around him, and he's not in the loop anymore. And so he's looking for a way to get leverage again. And so his way of dealing with it is that he tells Lecter, look, it's all bullshit. Like, this deal doesn't exist, but I can cut you a deal. I'll deal direct with the senator. And get you something similar if you're willing to cooperate. And that's when Lecter takes him up on his offer. But he's like, look, I'm going to have to speak to her personally, and he's in that, he's brought in a plane, he's in the fucking hockey mask, and he's like strapped into a board, like a gurney thing. It's
transportation. Well, it just shows like how dangerous he actually is, because when you see him behind the glass and he's standing there, all nonchalant, but then you see like if he's ever around any other person, he has to be in a straitjacket, he has to be chained, he has to have a hockey mask on because he'll bite you. And it's like, holy crap, this guy is dangerous. And then when he's brought before the senator, and of course it's a grieving mother, that's child is in danger, and it's not only her child, but it's her only child, and she has to face off this psychopath, and he's literally presented like this monster, and it's like, oh god, your child is in the hands like of this psycho.
And so Lecter kind of toys with her a little bit, and he's asking her weird questions like, did she breastfeed her as a kid and all that stuff, and it's just like it's like he's just wasting her time, and it's only when she's leaving that he gives her the information that she actually needs,
which isn't actually the right information. It's an
exactly, yeah. He gives the right description, but it's the wrong name, and so it leads them off on the wrong track. But all he really cares about is just being there so that he's got an opportunity to escape.
He already has the pin that Shilton left.
Yeah, I love his parting line to her as well. He's like, "Oh, one more thing, love the suit."
Well, he does. He has extravagant taste, and so he appreciates the finer things in life. That's one of the things about Hannibal, is that he's very narcissistic, but he likes the extravagance in life. That's why he is listening to classical music. He likes things to be very refined, very clean. When he has drawings, he's not drawing just oceans. He's like, this is the beautiful city of Florence, and this has this historical meaning. It's this monument to the arts. Like, he reminds me of Fraser in a little bit, but
well, straight away, it establishes him like he's a man of culture and taste, and as you would expect from a psychologist, it's a well-educated man who's traveled the world, and so that's what appeals to him. And it's again, when he's dealing with the cops around him and the security people, he's very polite and very accommodating because he just needs to lure them into a false sense of security, but you get that scene where he's in this big cage in the middle of like a ballroom or something like that.
It's like the courthouse in Tennessee.
Yeah, it's where they're holding him temporarily until like the case is over, kind of thing.
Well, they don't say it in the film, but they have to hold him there because of all of his victims still have families that want to kill him for killing their loved ones. So they have to keep him up on the third floor away from everyone. They can't take him to the prison because they think he's going to get killed. Because that's a very normal thing for prisoners to kill other prisoners, especially if you're a known murderer to that extent. And so he's there, and then one of the key things that they say is like, oh yeah, he wanted a second dinner. And so it's like, oh, he already saw the plan or the way that they bring him his dinner the first time, so he needed a second one, so that way they do the same procedure and he can get out. But we have Clarice there before that happens.
Yeah, so all throughout the movie, there's been like him teasing bits of information out of her about her childhood, and you find out that her dad was a sheriff and he got killed, so she was she wasn't orphaned, but she was like moved to like a cousin's house or something like that.
That's one of the first things that Jack Crawford says, or he's like, don't give him any personal information about you. And the only way that Lecter will cooperate, he's like, yeah, I also want this deal with the senator. I want to go to this other prison. I don't want Shilton anywhere near me. But he's like, quick pro quo, you ask me things, I ask you things, and you got to answer.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you got to sell your soul to the devil to save the innocent.
Yeah, and it's as Crawford had said, like the last person you want inside your head is Hannibal Lecter. Like, if you give him a foothold by telling him any personal information, well, I mean, he does it to multiple MIGs, doesn't he? Like, he basically talks him into killing himself. As you find out in the movie, like, he was whispering to him all afternoon. The guy just killed himself because Hannibal Lecter's got that power over people. But it's almost like he's just curious about Clarice, and he wants to know this defining moment in her life that made her who she is. And it's that she was adopted by a cousin. She lived on a cattle ranch, and sheep and horses. So woke up in the middle of the night when they were killing the spring lambs, and tried to save one, and she couldn't because she was just a kid, and it was obviously a traumatic memory for her. And the whole scene is just played out brilliantly. The camera's just right in close on their faces. It's a great performance by Jodie Foster.
They got them both the Oscars for that scene.
Yeah.
And originally how it had been going to flashbacks of, the little Clarice. Originally it was supposed to be the little girl, running and getting the lambs. But when they filmed it, because, they had to film it because it was going to be cutting back and forth. And the director was like, no, like, we can't do this. This is perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I think sometimes when you've got an actor like that who's just perfect for the role, 100% committed, and just can deliver that kind of monologue, you don't need anything else. You just need the camera on them and just let them do their thing. And I think the
Mhm.
movie's, yeah, like you say, the movie's
Speaking
smart
of
enough to know
crying
that.
animals, my dog is crying. I will be right back.
All right, no problem. I'll just do some super chats while Anna's dealing with this. All right, give me 1 second while I just bring up the list here because there's quite a few. See, this is the problem when the camera's on me, like, and I bring up like the super chat list because suddenly I've got a white light right in my face and I look like I've just died. So apologies. All right, here we go. What's the first one here? Zach Zalak says, "Thanks for more content during the holidays and while the US was at peak madness, even if not related. All the new takes, e.g., drinker fixies, screenwriting PSAs, it's guaranteed mirth. Cheers to 21." Thanks, man, and I hope 2021 is better for all of us because damn, it can be much worse than 2020. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the different sort of things that I do. Rather than just doing nothing but movie reviews or whatever. I like to branch out a little bit. So hopefully some of that stuff's interesting. Chuckenhausen here says, Hawk fights Captain Marvel under Mortal Kombat rules. After the Hash Brown legend beats her down, what would be his legendary finishing fatality be? Excellent question. I think the hawk on his back that's tattooed there would actually burst right out of him and just maul her to death. I think that would be a perfect fatality for him, and it would play that hawk screeching sound as it happens. So yeah, Hash Brown, Hawk the Legend. Also from Chuckenhausen, Drinker, you mentioned in your villains video that a rule now is a female cannot lose a fight to a male. I take it Keanu ignored it when he had his fight with Ruby Batwoman Rose in John Wick 2. Yeah, that was a rare example of something like that actually happening nowadays. But my rule was confined more to like big mainstream movies, like the John Wick films. With John Wick 2, it was still a fairly small independent film. Like, yeah, it did great numbers, but it wasn't like a big studio thing, and it certainly wasn't made by Disney or anything who would mandate that the fight had to get interrupted or Ruby Rose had to beat him and a strong woman would have to come in and save him or something like that. It was really surprising to see it, but nice at the same time that it's a bit more balanced. So yeah, love John Wick, fucking great character. uh Gianni Greco here says, are you about a size 14? Yeah, a great line from the film when he knocks the woman unconscious and just turns her coat inside out and sees the label, and you just hear him go like, "Oh God!"
Oh God,
it's
that scene.
yeah, it's Ted Levine's voice, man. It's so unique, when he's doing the whole like, "Oh, it rubs the lotion on its skin." You know, it's a very creepy sort of performance that he gives.
Well, so he did a lot of study. Like he went and he studied basically every known American serial killer. He talked to psychologists. He did all of this research. And to the exact opposite, Anthony Hopkins didn't do any research. He never researches his character. He just does this. He has this, way of acting where he just says the lines 250 times every single time to where it becomes natural for him to say it. And he says everything you need to know to understand the character you're playing is in the dialogue. So two completely different acting styles and, the way that they try to find their characters, which it's like a sociopath and a psychopath. You got perfect casting right there. And like how
Yeah,
they change their voices, because you can even tell when obviously there's only so much a man can do to sound feminine, but the way that when he talks to Catherine or when he's doing the weird dance scene and he's talking to himself in the mirror as compared to when he talks to Clarice.
yeah, that's what got him the role apparently, because Ted Levine was in for his audition, like many actors were, and he did whatever piece of dialogue they'd given him. And so at the end, he was like, "Look, there's one other thing I'd like to do, just kind of playing around with the character, if you don't mind." And so they're like, "Oh, cool, Ted. What have you got in mind?" So he goes out the room for a couple of minutes and he comes back butt naked, dick tucked between his legs, and he does that weird kind of, dance thing. And they're like, perfect, you're the right level of crazy, sir. You've got the role. That's what nailed it for him, apparently.
Well, I mean, so again, it's one of those things where it's just like, this is so close to a perfect film. Like, just when you have a psychopath that thinks he's a woman or wants to be a woman, and then it's like, well, what would they do? And it's like, well, what is the most absurd thing that you can think of? And it's going to be even past that. I remember watching that, and I remember it was the weirdest thing, because my mom is explaining it to me, and thinking back, I'm like, Mom, I was like 5. Why are you
why are you watching this at 5?
Well, I watched a lot of things I shouldn't have very early on. I think it was one of my mom just didn't care, because my mom used to watch porn in the living room, dude. It's like nothing I hadn't seen before. But so I remember the weirdest part of watching that scene was my mom explained to me how he did that. And I'm like, why? You know?
I mean, it could be a party piece or whatever. Like, the problem is when you turn around and people see,
I know that's something I didn't need to think about, but it's just that weird whole thing where he holds up like his little sash that he's wearing. It's like the butterfly thing. It goes back, and even when he's working and the moths are flying around him, and you just get to see just that grotesque thing. It's not even at that point. It's just a whole nother level of insanity.
I think that's one of the good elements of horror and stuff is taking something that you're familiar with and perverting it in some way. And so what you get there is like he's trying to, in his mind, trying to make himself look beautiful, like this he's thinking he's this beautiful woman posing, and he's in the big flowing robes and stuff. He's wearing a wig made out of like an actual woman's scalp.
It's a scalp.
Yeah, well, you see the bits of skin attached just at the edges, and in his mind it's something beautiful, but for us it's something horrific. And I think that's one of the interesting elements of horror is to take something that you would normally associate with beauty or safety or whatever and turning it into something else horrific. It usually works pretty well, and it does here.
In the woods that has cookies, but she's actually going to cook the kids in her oven.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. All those things of thinking you understand the situation, you absolutely don't, and that's.
Well, because also then you hear Catherine screaming in the background. He's got the cute little dog, and then he's putting on his makeup, and it's like, I mean, I don't know how much experience you have with this, but I mean, I'm just like, you're putting on it wrong, dude. Like, that's not how you describe that.
You're going totally wrong with that foundation, man.
Well, it's like the way he's doing his makeup. I'm like, that's not going to last. It's coming off wrong. It's not the right product. But I mean, that's another thing. It's like, it looks right to somebody that doesn't know, meaning him. But if, you have somebody that knows, it's like, it's off. There's something off about it. And you have everything, but it's fake. It's not real.
Yeah. And and that's what makes it's simultaneously horrific and kind of tragic, because in his mind, he's becoming something beautiful. And like, obviously we can see the reality of what he's actually doing, and it's something completely different. So, and yeah, you've got the girl who's down in the well, Catherine, yeah. And she's, there's that scene where he lowers down this lotion to her because I guess he needs to keep her skin pliable so he can work with it.
Soft too. He wants it soft and like supple.
Yes. And there's like a flashlight on the bucket that he pulls back up, and so she can see the walls around her, which I guess were dark up until then, and they're covered in blood, where like the other women that have been in there tried to claw their way out, and there's like a fingernail embedded in it. And it's it's just the kind of thing that you'd be like, oh fuck, like I'm not the first, and I'm probably not going to be the last that's been down here.
Well, I mean, at the same point, it's like she was kidnapped, so she's obviously seen the news. So it's in that moment when she really starts screaming, when she realizes who has her. And so it's like, because I mean, you never want to think, oh, I'm just, a victim of a serial killer. She's probably thinking, well, I know what she's thinking because it's in the book, but it's like, she keeps bringing up her mother, like, my mother will pay you, you know, just call my mom. She's a very powerful lady, thinking, oh, it's some kind of psycho terrorist that has me, or it's some weirdo that wants money from my mom. But then seeing the claws and the fingernails, like, no, it's the dude on TV that murders
Mm,
women and cuts up their skin. So it's that whole
yeah.
nother level of fear, because it's like, oh shit, this guy can't be bought. He can't be reasoned with. He's not, you know, just holding me until he gets money. He's going to murder me and cut off my skin,
Mm, yeah.
which is terrifying.
Yeah. And well, I guess what's interesting about that character later is that she proves to be more resourceful than you would give her credit for, and she's not
Mhm.
just a completely helpless victim. She ends up in a hostage situation, you might say, with the dog. Um, but
Yeah.
that it's good because it shows her being smart at the same time as being terrified. So
Well, I mean, what it shows what lengths somebody will go, because you look at her and like, not no normal person is going to hurt an animal. You know that
mm,
you have to be a certain type of person, especially a dog. You can get into arguments about, you know, cattle or, you know, animals that we eat for food, but a dog is not one. And so it's like, what lengths will you go to survive at that point? Like, you know, the people even in our own history have turned to cannibalism just to survive. Like here in California, you have the Donner Party and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, well, you're in a well, what's your only option? Okay, the psychopath has me. What does the psychopath want? What does he? Well, he wants my skin, but what does he like? The only thing he's
what's my
shown
skin?
any kind of love for is the dog. And so she's like, all right, I got to get this dog down to me. And I mean, being a human that's been around dogs, it's like, all right, well, what do dogs want? Oh, they want T words, you know,
Yeah,
a
yeah,
ball or something like that. So, you know, she's trying everything she can to stay alive.
yeah. And at the same time, I'm trying to think how this plays out. Yeah, so it's round about this time that Lecter escapes from custody. So he's got the pen or the pen lid or something from Chiltern that he uses to pick his handcuffs. He brings the cups in because he's requested, like, you know, an extra dinner late at night, and it's enough to
Lamb
bring.
chops extra rare.
Yeah, of course it had to be lamb. But it's enough to get them into his cell, and they think he's handcuffed to the bars. He picks the cuffs, and he's able to subdue both of them. Like, he bites fucking face off one of them, and beats the other one to death. And he's all very calm about it. Like, that's the way Lecter is. And it's just, there's that scene where he's listening to the classical music with blood all down his
Yep.
mouth, and he hears like one of the guys like trying to crawl away in the background, and he just looks down, picks up a knife, and he's like, well, ready when you are, Sergeant Pembry. And you just know he's going to go off and do something horrific with the guy.
Well, it's the first time you actually get to see how dangerous he really is. And just because, I mean, it's one thing to have like a psycho that, you know, is going to peel off skin and is dancing, you know, attempting to be, you know, a certain way in front of a mirror. But then it's like you've been hearing from the very beginning, this guy is dangerous. He's a cannibal. Just everything about him. You see the psychos and he's the normal one. So you get to see it, but then you don't get to see it. You hear it. You hear the guy screaming, and you like, as he walks off with that smile, it's like, oh God, what's going to happen? You know?
Yeah, it's savagery, but it's controlled savagery. He's very deliberate about what he does, but he's capable of, like, biting chunks off people's faces and stuff. But it's all in service of his plan to escape, and I think that's the
Mhm.
the really interesting combination with Lecter. He doesn't just lash out and mindlessly attack people. He's doing it
Cold and
all in service
calculated.
of. Yes, yeah, and that fits perfectly with his character.
Well, see,
And so
that's
you.
one of the common misconceptions that people have about like psychopaths compared to sociopaths is, you know, sociopaths are very intelligent most of the time, you know, the ones that don't get caught, but then everything they do is a cold calculated decision only meant to benefit them, and they don't have empathy for others. Everyone is, you know, basically an animal to them, if not, you know, less than that. And so he only sees things as pawns to get what he wants. Like, you know, he likes courtesy, but the two nicest guys to him are, you know, cops that were interacting with him, he brutally murders because they're just pawns in his plan. Whereas, a psychopath is all emotion based, which is the opposite of Lecter. If Lecter was, emotional and could empathize with people, he wouldn't have killed those two men that were nice to him.
Yeah. No, that's interesting because with Buffalo Bill, when the girls at when Catherine's down in the well and she's crying, she wants to go home, she wants her mom. He gets emotional for a moment. He starts to kind of weep a little bit. You can see it in his face, like what she's doing is impacting him on an emotional level. Whereas with someone like Lecter, it just wouldn't.
Has his dog right then too.
No, this is earlier. This is before she's taken the dog prisoner. It's with the lotion, yeah. And she's just basically crying because she wants to get out and she wants to go home. And the fact that she's crying for her mother just somehow seems to affect him. And you see him like struggling not to cry himself. Like you can see that he's a very emotionally driven person.
Yeah.
And I think that's an interesting comparison between him and Lecter, who's very cold and logical. Like you say, the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath.
Well, I bring it up because apparently people have those switched now, and Jesse actually let me know. I guess somebody came out with a book and they didn't know the difference, so they described a sociopath the way that you would describe a psychopath. So I guess the general term for it has changed. But I mean, if you actually know what to look for, you can tell the difference right off the bat. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like this movie so much, is because it's like you deal with every type of, dark side of humanity that is possible. I mean, you have a pure sociopath, and they say that all throughout the movie, he's a pure sociopath. You never catch one of these guys alive. And then you have Buffalo Bill, who is a psychopath, and just how different they both are. They're both terrifying. They're both dangerous, but the way that they handle things and situations is just night and day.
Yeah, very much so. And so you see that come to the fore when Lecter decides to escape because he's deduced exactly how the cops are going to react and how to manipulate them so that he can get out. And so, they hear shots fired up on his floor. They go to investigate. They find one of them been strung up and gutted like a fish. He's just like
his entrails. That's a biblical thing. That the reason why Hannibal does that, and and that's why he does it a lot. But and that's what, even the way he draws, like, because you see the drawing of Clarice with the lamb, and it's like,
yeah, I know it's that. Yeah, like you say, it's very biblical the way it's done. It's like like a Renaissance painting or something. But yeah, it's it's obviously like something that's done to kind of almost to get their attention, to make them realize the horror of what's gone on here. And then the other guy, who seems to be the other police officer, is lying on the floor with his face all fucked up, but he's still alive. So they evacuate him out to an ambulance. They think they found Lecter up on the roof of the elevator when they see blood dripping down. So they shoot him, but then obviously it turns out it's not him. It's the other guy in Lecter's clothes. They've swapped clothes. Pembry, yeah. And then you just get that great scene where Lecter just sits bolt upright in the ambulance and peels the guy's face right off. And it's obviously Lecter underneath, covered in blood.
Well, also and one of the things that it's like, because it's so rushed, they're trying to rush him because they think this guy's going to die and they want to save him, right? But then they talk about, his heart rate, it's this much, which earlier on in the movie when Shilton is describing to Clarice, when he ripped off the woman's face and swallowed her tongue, his pulse never got above 80, and that guy. So it's like, if you didn't know, because if you haven't seen the movie, then it's your first time watching, so you don't know. But so this is all happening simultaneously with them finding the body, which they think is Lecter, on top of the elevator. And so they say, this is the heart rate. They cut over, they're like, shoot him in the leg, see if he responds no. And then they're like, oh shit, this is the officer. And that's when he pulls it off and you assume.
Yeah.
the ambulance.
And it's a great bit of direction because it has all these things happening simultaneously, so you can absolutely follow what's going on. And I guess the first time you're watching it, you're wondering why they're still showing you the ambulance and all that stuff, and then the answer obviously becomes clear when Lecter, rises up from the bed and just peels that face off. And yeah, it's great. It's good makeup, good makeup effects. Again,
Well, also
Anthony
it's like,
Hopkins just terrifying.
well, with Anthony Hopkins, like some actors I feel won't go that level, but it's just the perfect casting, not only with the way that he holds himself, the intelligence and the air of respect and importance he has, but then when he's a psycho, he doesn't look rushed, if that makes sense. It's like he pulls, and his it's just his eyes. He has the very slightest expression to his smile. All he's got to do is kirk his eyebrows a little bit, but his eyes, it's like, oh my god, oh, it's evil.
No, he plays it so well. And Anthony Hopkins, when you see him getting interviewed, he's like the most, he's like the most chilled, laid back Welsh guy, like with a really soft voice. And like, he just seems like someone's old granddad, but you see him in something like this and he can just turn it like that, into pure psychopathic killer mode. And it's great to watch. It really is. But that's Lecter escaped. You don't get to see him kill the people in the ambulance, but he's escaped from custody.
Then it's just Clarice picking up the phone Ardelia picking up the phone and running to go tell Clarice.
Yeah. Clarice, but then Clarice is like, I don't think he's going to come after me. She knows rude. Lecter. Yeah, it'd be rude. She knows him well enough to know that there'd be nothing to gain for him doing that. Like, she's never wronged him, so she wouldn't. He wouldn't go after her.
Well, I feel like it's goes without saying, because he says it at the end, but I think she already knows, like, he wouldn't kill her. The world would be, he would find it not only rude, but he keeps her alive to toy with her, and he finds some kind of amusement in her that she kind of already knows, which we know because of the scene where they talk, and he's like, covet, your eyes are drawn to what you want, and he's just staring at her, and it's like, ew.
Yeah. Very much. But that gives her the clue that she needs, because Crawford calls her to say that they've found the killer. They're closing in on now. They've got SWAT teams and stuff, and so she feels like she's out of the loop. But they are, as we find out, they're going to the wrong place.
Well, and there's a scene still before that happens where she's talking to Ardelia about it, and they're looking at the case file, and it's like, everything that I need to know is in here. And so she's, they're talking back and forth, and they're looking at it, and that's when she figures out, okay, well, this was the third body found, but it was weighed down. Why would he weigh that one down and none of the others? Oh, it's because, we covet what we see every day. Buffalo Bill saw this girl every day. That's why he needed to make sure that she wasn't found first, or else they would, be looking around his town. And so, then Jack's doing that, and she's like, oh, well, I can be up there. And he's like, no, just keep doing like background stuff, so that way, we can find out as much about him, so that way we can, once we get him, we can arrest him for murder, or not just kidnapping, but murder too. Because if they get Catherine alive, they wouldn't be able to prove right off the bat, supposedly, that he killed all the other girls. So that's why he still has Clarice go to and look in the town.
Yeah. I mean, as it turns out, the evidence would be pretty compelling. Like, you've got basically a suit made out of all the victims in your basement. But yeah, exactly. Like, as you say, Clarice is doing this grunt work. Essentially, she goes to one of the home of the first victim, so that she can learn a bit more about her. And as you were saying earlier, having that little bit of an insight into what a young woman acts like, and how she would keep stuff secret from her parents or whatever. She goes to her room, she's able to find the music box, and it's got stuff in it that leads her to a friend. And I think that's when she finds out that
well, she finds like pictures, which it's like, sexy time pictures, or like bra and undie pictures. But then it's like, the one thing that always struck me weird, because when I watched it when I was a kid, I didn't get the connotation behind that, but one of the shots was of her back specifically, and that angle, and I was like, why would somebody take a picture of that angle and then she's seen in the closet, she sees the dress hanging, and she remembers the girl that they did the autopsy on, how there was like triangle
Yeah.
incisions on her back, and those are the patterns of a dress. And so she sees that and it's like, oh my god, he's making a suit out of girls, and he sews and stuff like that.
Yes. And it always seemed like a really, I don't know, just maybe because in light of this film, it seemed like an obvious conclusion you would draw a lot quicker. Almost like, hey, hasn't anyone noticed that each victim has had skin removed from a different part of the body? And, maybe if you combine all these different bits together, you get like a full suit of like.
Well, they kind of talk
Skin.
about, she brings that up to, well, I think Hannibal Lecter is the one that brings it up to her, or she brings it up, and then, oh yeah, because he's like, well, why do you think that is? And she's like, oh, serial killers keep, mementos from their victims. And he's like, well, I didn't. She's like, well, no, you ate them.
Yeah, that's a good comeback.
But I think that's what they thought, is that, he's just keeping little mementos from them, and they didn't put. That's another thing. I don't think a lot of the men at the time in the FBI were, particularly good at sewing, or, thought about that. Because, I mean, that's not typically the first thing you think of when you're a normal, sound-minded person, is like, oh, he's doing this to build a suit. I don't know, maybe he eats it. I don't know. Maybe he likes skin. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's kind of good that the movie never actually shows you him wearing the suit, because that would just be next level weird.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I mean, you see it at one point when she bursts into like a room down in the basement, and it's there, like almost like hanging off a mannequin or something. It's like, oh fuck. But yeah, so she's figured this out. She figures out that the girls, they knew him through like the work that they did. Did they not deliver sewing or something to?
Well, so she calls Jack, and he's like, oh yeah, we're on our way. And she's explaining to him, oh, the sewing. And he's like, just find out everything you can. So she goes and talks to Frederica, the first victim's best friend, Stacy. And so she's talking with Stacy, and she's like, okay, well, like, did she know any guys? Like, does she have a boyfriend? Any of that? And she's like, no, like, she would have told me. But Clarice, of course, already knows, because she's seen the pictures. So she knows that there's something that she's not telling anyone. And then she's like, oh yeah, well, she used, we used to sew, and she used to sew for, Mrs. I think it's Lipton, Mrs. Lipton, maybe, is that her name?
Yeah. And it, correct me if I'm wrong, but like so she goes to that house that belonged to this old lady, and she finds obviously Buffalo Bill there. But then when she goes down to the basement later, you find like a body in like a bathtub down there, and I assume that's that's Mrs. Lipton, like almost like he murdered her and took over her house or something.
Yeah, I'm blanking on if I think it was also hinted that it could possibly be his grandma, and that's not the only person that's down there, because he, in parts of the book, you get to see it from his perspective, and it's just like there's a whole labyrinth of rooms down there, because I guess it was a house that was, I don't know, meant to hide things. And I think it was leading, it was supposed to be, the way that it's implied is it was one of the houses that was used in like the Underground Railroad, during that time. So that's why it was a house built on top of what was already there. So that stuff, it's all old and kind of crumbly, but he talks about how there's other rooms with, people that are no longer screaming in them, or it's gotten quiet. So you kind of assume that either that is her, or it could be his grandma or a few other of his family that he just hid away.
Right.
So
okay.
I think in the movie it implies it's more Mrs. Lipton, not or Lipman. Thank you, Chad. Not his grandma, because they don't bring up his family into it in there.
Yeah, and people are pointing out as well, hence the well that's in the basement, because that's an interesting touch. Like, not many basements have a fucking well in them. It is like the biggest basement I think I've ever seen. Like, it just goes on forever. There's so many rooms in it. It's like a whole house underground.
Well, yeah, it's if that's actually common in some of those houses, that because it was meant to hide people, and so you have to have that for those reasons and whatnot.
It's always funny for like a Brit to see stuff like that. We just don't have basements in our country. Like, houses don't have them ever.
Really?
Yeah,
Is it
just
the
don't
like
get
the
them.
soil or like because you guys it's like a lot of condensation, right? Because you
Yeah, I mean, it fucking rains all the time in Scotland,
um,
so I guess if you had a basement, it would just flood. But
you don't have like cellars or anything like that?
pretty rare. Like
No,
you might,
even in
okay, like
cities.
in big houses, you might get it in like a wine cellar. You might have that.
Mm-hmm.
In cities, maybe you get it because you get like basement apartments, like in our
Oh, okay.
cities.
Yeah,
Um,
for like laundry
but
and stuff, usually, right?
yeah, but not like an average house would never have one. Like it's just totally unknown for us. So it's always
Mm.
funny when you see them. It's like, basement seems kind of cool. You could have a games room down there, a pool table. Nice. You know, never mind.
Well, it's funny. I remember when I was, I think it was high school when it was like the cast of Amontillado and learning about how in like places like Italy and Paris where they have catacombs, it's like they have a basement and then there's always a door in the back of the basement that leads to the catacombs.
Well, that's not creepy at all. So
Yeah, but
it's like,
well, I
what's
didn't know
beyond
that. I
that
was
door?
like,
Don't
what?
ask.
Yeah, imagine if you have a knock at the door and you go to the front door and it's not coming from there and it's coming from the door at the back of your basement.
Yeah, it's like fuck. I'd be
So you can
bricking
go to
that
a
one up.
lot of
Like,
old houses, like in Paris or something, and if you go down to the basement, there's usually a door that leads to the catacombs, or in Italy.
yeah, no, Paris is notorious for that, and it's like, a lot of the catacombs are unmapped, so like you could
Yeah.
stumble into shit that's been undisturbed for centuries. It's doesn't seem like a lot of fun, put it that way.
No, I would think at this point they would have invested in like some kind of like drone that could go in and map it all out for them, you know? Because I mean,
Yeah,
the city is sitting on top of there. It doesn't seem very stable, but that's just me.
well, I mean, in Paris, I think a lot of, especially like back in the Middle Ages when they had the bubonic plague,
Hmm.
so many people died, they would just bury them in mass graves. But the
Yeah.
plague, like particles almost, like they can survive for centuries when they're buried underground. And so sometimes you get now where they do like new construction, like they're putting up a new skyscraper or whatever it might
Mhm.
be. They'll disturb one of these mass graves, and there's always a chance you can release this shit into the atmosphere. So, yeah, great. It's the
Well, it's
joys of
funny.
living in a really old city.
I know my friends went into the catacombs a few years ago and they're like, even the air smells different down there because it's like so old and you know, and
Yeah.
they said it's like the most eerie thing when like you turn off the lights because you thought you'd known like what being in the dark was, but you don't know what being in the dark is until you've been in a catacomb.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, any kind of underground place like that, I suppose.
Mm.
It's such a weird experience. Like there's places like this in Edinburgh, even one's called Mary King's Close, where it's like what all the kind of little neighborhoods used to look like in these old cities, where it's really narrow. There's these underground passages and stuff. And when
Mm.
they built over a new part of the city, they kind of covered it over and they just sealed it off. And it was only rediscovered like 10 years ago or whatever. And you can go on tours of it now, and it's much like the catacombs. It's this whole underground world, but they'll switch the lights off for you occasionally so you can experience it. And it's like you can hold your hand right in front of your face, you can't see a single thing.
That sounds
It's like,
terrifying. Did you go
yeah,
there?
yeah. I've been there. It's just they do a tour. It's weird because the guides will like be in character the whole time.
Yeah. So
So
they
if you're
try to
like,
freak you out.
yeah, well, if you're fucking about on your phone or whatever, they'll be like, "Oh, what is this crazy box of lights that you have in your hands,
Oh.
sir?" It's like, you're just making it weird now. But nah, it's a good laugh. It's a good bit of history, I suppose. It's all this stuff that's been untouched for so long. But yeah, so Clarice goes round to Buffalo Bill's house to talk to him because that's where her investigations led, and simultaneously you get the SWAT team going into this house that they think they've identified, um,
Hmm.
and you get his front door ringing just as they buzz the door at this Target house,
Clarice.
and it fools you into thinking that it's he's going to get caught, and obviously he doesn't. It's just
Well, you
Clarice at
see
the door.
him like where Catherine got the dog, right? Like the scene before this is when
Yeah,
Catherine was able. She's been plotting. She had like chicken bones, and so she got Precious, the little dog, down with her. He's pissed because this thing that he wants to kill has his dog, and then his doorbell is ringing, which you can tell not many people ring his doorbell. And
yeah,
so the way that it's edited, and you wouldn't think that would fool you again, because this has happened already in the movie with, Hannibal and that. And so they're doing the cutting back and forth. So it's like, oh my gosh, the SWAT team's at the house. Is Jack at the right house? Clarice is going to go to a different house. But then, you see Buffalo Bill open the door. The SWAT team's there. They go into the house and nobody's there. And then Jack just says Clarice. And then, the door opens and you see her there, and there's Buffalo Bill looking at her.
Yeah. And he's he's shifty as fuck, like right off the bat, like standing right in the door, doesn't want to let her in, and she's asking him a few questions.
Closed too, like he's leaning, but he has it like kind of closed. So
Yeah, totally. That whole the whole body language is like, I don't want you coming in here. So
looking in. Some people, they just stand there with the door wide open. They're like, oh yeah, da, 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 da,
da. Yeah. And so when she's asking some questions about the previous owner, and he's like, oh, I think I've got like a contact information for her son. So she comes in, and he asks all these really probing questions about the investigation, like, oh, do you know who you're looking for?
Well,
and
the way that he asks it though just seems like a curious bystander, and she asks him, do you know who Frederica is? And he's just like, oh no. And and he's like, oh wait, wasn't she a great big fat person? And she's like, yeah, she was a big girl. And he gets that smile though when he says that, a great big fat person, and his face lights up because he's remembering what it was like to, skin her, and how that brought him closer to his little outfit,
Yeah. It's like poor Clarice is like, yeah, she was bigger,
Yeah, trying to be respectful and nice.
Yeah. And it's kind of just, it's a fairly benign conversation until then. Maybe she doesn't quite know. But it's when she sees a moth fluttering past her, and it's the same moth that she picked out of the girl's throat, that clues her in. And she's like, yeah, I need to use your phone. And of course,
he finds like the business card, and he's just asking her. He's like, "Oh yeah, the police here don't seem to have a clue. Oh, you finding him?" And just like all the questions a nosy person would be asking, making small talk. And so it's like, as weird as he is, he actually is pretty good at playing it cool. Like he's not acting like he's afraid, and he does this the voice change. Like, yeah, he's got a really deep voice, but he has, it's very kind of monotone, and there's no like pitch changes. But the second she's like, I need to use your phone, and he's just like, you need to use my phone. And then he sees the moth too, and then she pulls out her gun, and he does this thing where he like moves with his body, and like goes around the corner, all feminine all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, he's got a bunch of business cards or something in his hand, and he kind of has it up like that, and then he just lets it all flutter down, like almost that kind of attitude of like, oh, I don't give a shit, like I'm not afraid of you, and then he just makes a run for it.
There's a gun in the kitchen on the stove too.
Yeah. So he makes a run for it, goes for the gun, and disappears down into the basement, and she gives pursuit, and that's when she happens upon the Catherine, who's still got the fucking dog and trying to get out. And of course, it's a shitty situation because like Clarice obviously isn't big and strong enough to probably pull her out of there.
Yeah.
And she needs to try and
also significantly bigger than Clarice,
Exactly, yeah. And the only way you're going to get her out is like a rope, and you're going to have to like haul her out, and she can't do that, and she doesn't have time to do it anyway because she still has to get Buffalo Bill. So, she's having to say like, look, I'm here to help, but you're going to have to wait, and I need to leave now. And of course, this poor girl's like screaming at her, like, I need to get out of here, like, bitch, don't leave me here.
Yeah.
So it's she's put in a shit situation, but there's no other thing she can do. She has to try and take him out first.
She goes around and she starts closing all the doors, because when she was distracted in the training earlier on, and she forgot to check behind the door, and then the instructor's like, bam, you're dead.
Yeah.
So like she's like looking around, and that's when you realize, I was like, holy shit, there's like 10 doors in this one damn room,
Yeah, this basement just being an absolute maze of rooms. Like you've no idea which direction he's gone. You've no idea what's going to wait behind each door. But she goes after him, and then he cuts the lights, and so he's obviously got these night vision goggles so he can watch her. And what a shit. Yeah, what a terrifying situation for her. Like he could be right in front of her face, and she couldn't see him. And
Well, he is
she's
at one point. He like,
well, yeah, he puts his hand right there, and you think, I don't know, she
well,
would detect the movement of the air, make a little bit of, I don't know.
you could hear her breathing, like she's panting. And my whole thing when I was watching him, like, shut up, he can hear you.
Yeah.
You know, like control your damn. And she's like knocking stuff over, which she can't see, so that's a little bit understanding. But it's just like you hear her breathing. It's like, it's like shush,
Yeah.
shush. This
She
guy isn't
she's
making any noise.
Yeah, and she's like stumbling over things, and like she's trying to feel her way around walls and stuff because she can't see where she's going. And he reaches out because I think it goes back to that thing, you covet what you see, and so he's maybe looking at her as his next victim, and like, oh, look what I could do with her, and he wants to like touch her hair and stuff like that.
Mhm. Well, she
But
has
he pulls,
nice hair, so it's like her hair is described as like shiny. Like they always talk about how shiny her hair is. So it's like in the book, it's like, well, obviously she's too skinny, but he's like, oh, it can make like a nice wig or a nice scalp.
yeah, she's got
Yeah.
nice '90s hair. It's very unique to the '90s, the style of it and stuff. But yeah, then he draws the gun on her, and I guess it's like it must be a single action revolver, so you have to cock it before you can fire it, and so that the sound of the hammer getting drawn back is like it's like metal hammering against metal. It's really loud. But either way, she spins right around and just nails him with her handgun,
Mm-hmm.
and that takes him out. It's a shame in a way because he dies in a really dumb way. I almost thought like there should have been something a little bit more clever there in terms of how she figures him out, because it's really just like, yeah, I want to shoot you, but I have to cock my gun to do it, and so you hear me and then shoot me first. Like, I don't know.
I think I don't know. It never bothered me. I know a lot of people get upset in the movie because there's like a shadow, but because they were trying to figure out how the hell do we film this, and like, okay, we're just gonna film it with the lights on. You guys just have to pretend that you're in the dark. That's why there's a shadow. Because they're like, there's no way to actually film this in
Yeah.
the dark. But
Yeah, because even night vision goggles, they won't work when it's 100% pitch dark. Like they need something to work from, I think,
mm,
unless they're thermal. So like, yeah, it wouldn't work even if you had the right equipment. Like you need something to go off. So yeah,
mm,
that's probably why you can see it. Like you say, it's just the limitations of what you have to film with. So
mm-hmm.
yeah, it didn't bother me too much.
Well, as far as I don't know. I guess I never thought of his death in that way. I mean, there's nothing really you could do at that point, and he's somebody that kind of deserved to die after all the terrible things that he did. And it's not like you're ever going to reason with him. He's a psychopath. The only option there would be that, really. And it's either that or how is she by herself with absolutely no backup gonna restrain this guy?
Oh no, I'm fine with her killing him. It was more
Oh.
just the way that the way he gives himself away. It seemed fairly dumb, and it would have been better if maybe some lesson that Hannibal Lecter had given her about how this guy thinks might allow her to just outsmart him in some way.
Mm.
Like, I can't really spitball an idea to you right now, but like just maybe he seems like he's got the advantage, and rather than him just giving away his position with the sound of his gun, like she outthinks him somehow and
Well, I think that
senses that
was
he's
his
there.
cockiness. His cockiness got in the way of him, that he thought he was going to win. But one of the things that they highlight in the book that's not in the film is that she's extremely fast. She's a very good shot. And
Okay.
that's one of the things that they highlight is how fast she is. And I think, when you're used to shooting, it's like, okay, yeah, you do that, but the person isn't going to be fast enough to turn around and to shoot you. So I think it was more, he didn't expect her to have that fast of a response time. So that's why he lost, is because he
Yeah.
underestimated her.
Okay, yeah, I can go with that because, yeah, in the space of him cocking the gun, like literally all he has to do then is pull the trigger. She's able to spin round and open fire on him.
Like within a split second.
Yeah. But yeah, she kills him. She takes him down. You get her. She's like awkwardly reloading the gun, like when he's lying on the ground dying. And I think that's quite cool. Like she's obviously the adrenaline's going. Your hands would be shaking, but you need to reload just in case he tries to get up and come at you again. So it's all quite well done, and that's kind of the the resolution to that. He's dead. They're able to come in and rescue the hostage.
And
yeah, I love how she comes out. She's still got the dog.
yeah. She's not letting go of the dog because it's like
yeah.
I mean,
It's
could
like
you imagine though, like, oh, how'd you get this dog? Years down the line, it's like, oh, it was the serial killer that held me hostage, dog, and I kept it.
Yeah, but she's lovely. She's a lovely little dog. She's precious. um,
And then it's the ceremony. So Clarice is graduating the academy, and she's going to become an official FBI agent, which they call her Agent Starling throughout the book, which they shouldn't be, or excuse me, throughout the movie they shouldn't, because she's not an agent yet. She's an officer. So that's like one of the differences. It's not as bothersome. It sounds better to say Agent Starling than Officer Starling sometimes.
Right. Yeah. But that's, you get the scene with Crawford where he congratulates her, and that little handshake that goes on just a little bit too long, and then she gets that phone call from Lecter, and it's just, what a great way to end a film. Like, Chiltern has obviously gone on the run because he knows Lecter's escaped, and he's like, fuck, I need to disappear here, and he's like flown to some obscure country in Africa or whatever it might be.
I think it was Jamaica.
Yeah, probably something like that, South America, I guess, or whatever. And yeah,
and Hannibal's just like, the lamb stopped screaming.
Yeah, and it's like, he just kind of reassures Starling, like, I'm not going to come after you. The world's a better place with you in it. But I have to.
Friend for dinner.
Yeah, I'm having a friend for dinner.
Watching Shelby get off the plane, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, just a perfect way to end the film. Like, just great performances all around, and man,
she's just terrified on the phone, and just like, Dr. Lecter, and the music, it's perfect.
It's a great film, and it's a film that really hangs on its performances. It's when you kind of break down the plot, it's not an exceptionally complex plot. Like, it's just your standard serial killer thing, but the thing that really makes it stand out is Hannibal Lecter and the amazing chemistry between him and Starling. Like, it's just it's great stuff to watch, and yeah, just a fun movie.
I laughed at your tweet about this stream, and I'm just like, did you know that it came out Valentine's Day weekend?
Did it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Nobody knew what it was. Nobody expected it to be this big thing, but it came out. And it's like, when you go out on Valentine's Day, it's like, okay, yeah, all of the movies sell out. So then it's like, oh, what's this movie? Silence Lambs, all right. Because, when you go out on Valentine's Day, you don't care. Yeah, we're just going out because, it's kind of a requirement.
Yeah, yeah.
Everyone went and saw this movie. They're like, what the? And so it spread like wildfire through word of mouth, and the performances stood for itself. So it was this big blockbuster hit that happened to come out Valentine's Day weekend.
Wow. No, I genuinely didn't know that. I just happened to see the GIF of Anthony Hopkins doing the whole
Yeah.
And I was just like, it's funny as fuck. I just got to put that out.
Well, I laughed. It was like, oh yeah, romantic comedy. And I was like,
it'd be great to see
back in 1991.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to see the trailer recut as like a romantic comedy, just with goofy music and stuff. Yeah, it probably will. Yeah. Oh man, but no, it was good. And like, I know we were talking a little bit earlier about, Kurtzman wants to do like a Clarice TV show, like Alex Kurtzman, and we got to see a little bit of the script there, and damn, that was just a piece of shit, man.
It's so fucking bad.
I couldn't quite even get to the end of it. I got like 2/3 of the way through, and I was like, no, this is garbage.
It's so okay. For those that don't know in the chat, Kurtzman is the guy that's fucking up Star Trek, but for whatever reason, he got his grimy little hands onto Silence of the Lambs. And so there's some kind of weird rights issue with Hannibal Lecter. So Hannibal Lecter and any of the characters that were in Red Dragon can't be in this TV show. So he's doing a show about Clarice. Everyone knowing me and knowing Silence of the Lambs is one of my favorite movies. Mysteriously, the script ended up in my hands, and it's infuriating because there's a certain scene in the book which Hannibal says, like, when you come back, Clarice, I want you to know like two things. I want to know how you deal with your rage, and that's like one of the first things that's brought up. It's like, how do you deal with your rage? But it's obviously Kurtzman hasn't read the book, just like he never watched Star Trek. And so he doesn't understand the context behind it. And he doesn't understand Clarice's inner monologue, because if you actually, read the book, you see like Clarice calls people out. She's like, yeah, you're a stupid son of a bitch, when she's talking about, Crawford or Hannibal and stuff. She has a very vulgar, inner monologue with herself, and the way that she describes people, it's very, the stuff that you would never say to someone up front, because you have to be professional. And so he made her into like this victim in the script, and it's terrible. And then I was told this was a very rough draft. You go and watch the trailers, it's the exact same dialogue.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the aspect of it I didn't get when I was reading through that script. It's like, she's going to see a psychologist, like it's a year down the line, and it's still implied that she's traumatized by the events of this case, and she's a media celebrity as well. And it's like, the experience she had with Buffalo Bill didn't seem like it would be particularly traumatic in that sense for her. Like, she went in there, and she kind of did her job as an FBI agent. Yeah, she had to kill him, because there was no other choice. But like, it didn't seem like the kind of thing that would leave a deep psychological scar on her. And it just seemed like a really weird way to play it, that she's kind of caught between this being a victim or being a survivor, as they keep mentioning in the script.
And they keep trying to make it like they're like, oh, she's afraid to talk about Catherine. It's like, no, because if you read, it's so frustrating, because when you read Hannibal takes place 10 years after Silence of the Lambs. And so we already know what Clarice has been doing for the past decade, because it tells you about her career and how she, goes on these different paths and stuff, and how, certain magazines, the one says, oh yeah, Elvis is still alive, but also they try to bring up Hannibal Lecter and Clarice and try to make her like the Bride of Frankenstein, and she just doesn't think about it. She moves on to other crimes and stuff, and yes, you deal with that kind of stuff, but it's not the, like you said, Buffalo Bill wasn't the traumatic part. It was Hannibal Lecter that's the traumatic part, that, a psycho or a sociopath got to know that much about her. And he even says, it would be something to know you in, personal life. And she doesn't really let anyone in except for Ardelia. And even then, people aren't usually, it's not a usual question you ask someone, what was your most traumatic memory from childhood? It's like, yeah, my favorite color is yellow too. Yeah, that's
it's like, yeah, there's like roads I'm not going to go down with people.
Well, I mean, you don't ask somebody that question. You have to really know someone to feel that comfortable talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing, like I said earlier, the dialogue is absolutely spot on with this movie, and it's obviously been lifted from the books. But like, when it came to that script, it was much more clunky, and there was lots of like 2020-isms in it, and it was just, it didn't fit at all with what I've seen of Starling and that kind of universe that they created. It just felt awkward and Kurtzman-ish, basically. So
yes, it's going to be a lot of people crying, Clarice having traumatic moments, and even, have you seen the trailers for it?
I have not, no, and I kind of don't want to now.
It's like a deer in the headlights, and it's like, oh, she's surrounded by all these men, and she just looks like this little tiny victim, and they're trying to make it, oh, well, you're like the chosen one because you did this, and she's like, I only saved one person, but it's gonna be terrible.
I very much got that from the script. That's like, she's now super important and everyone's jealous of her for being awesome, and it's yeah, again, that just seems like a very much like a Michael Burnham kind of situation. Everyone's obsessed with Clarice Starling now.
Well, it's not even like that. So, have you seen Hannibal the movie?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember what is his name? Krindler. So the guy, they cut off his head.
Oh yeah.
Eat the brain and stuff. So he didn't become, he was actually, not an asshole, but nice, and just one of those people that you don't work directly with, but them. But so her career didn't start getting sabotaged until he called her drunk and wanted to hook up, and she's like, oh, I think you're drunk, and like, professionally, like, didn't bring it up, didn't try to make his life hell, but he always resented her for not taking him up on his offer. And so that's why, he's such an asshole to her in Hannibal, because she turned him down, but she was, not a jerk to him. She didn't go out of her way to, make him feel uncomfortable, or like, oh, you tried to hook up with me and you're married and, we work together. So he resents her for that. And so he tries to sabotage her career. But so I feel like they're going to try to do something with that. And I'm just like, no, please don't.
Yeah. I mean, like, as much as, they produced Hannibal, they produced Red Dragon. I wasn't a huge fan of either of those films. Certainly, I don't respect them to the extent that I do Silence of the Lambs. Like, yeah, you've got Anthony Hopkins, but like, it feels like a more cartoonish version of Hannibal Lecter. Like, where it's much more gratuitous, and like, he's not as sharp anymore. And it's just, I didn't particularly like either of those movies.
I liked Red Dragon a little bit more. Well, actually, I should say like a lot more than Hannibal, because I hate it when characters get recast. And I mean, I like Julianne Moore, but she was not Clarice Starling. And I mean, well, so Hannibal's even not, the most entertaining book to read. But Red Dragon is kind of fascinating on, Francis Dollarhide and the stuff going on with him. But if you like Will and the way that Will works, because Will is the exact opposite of a sociopath. He can, I know everyone likes Manhunter. Not my favorite. I haven't watched Manhunter in like 15 years, so I need to brush up on that again. But with Red Dragon, I'm kind of biased because I really like Ed
Norton.
Yeah. And then Voldemort's in that too, right? Yeah. Ralph Fiennes.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's the killer.
Francis. So I don't know. I liked it because I like those actors. It's not like, oh, Hannibal Lecter's in this movie. It's like, oh, that's, an Ed Norton movie,
Yeah, I guess the thing that puts me off about Ed Norton a little bit is like, he's got this reputation for being a massive dick on set, and so like, it somehow filters through to every movie I see him in now, where I'm like, yeah, you were probably an asshole to everyone you worked with on set.
Well, I try to not look at it. I really try to separate the actor from the performance. And I mean, there's been plenty of people, I think, that maybe exaggerate things. I try not to look too much into actors in their personal life, but it, just like with Tom Cruise, I really like Nicole Kidman. I think he's a complete asshole for what he did. And then, the stuff with Katie and his, like, not even basically abandoning his child just because of religious differences. It's like, it's kind of personally hard to overlook, but then Top Gun is a great movie, and I'm like,
yeah.
I try my best just to not know too much about these people. But I mean, I think Edward Norton, and I can respect him on this, is he's a perfectionist. And if he has a vision, he's going to do everything he can to accomplish that. And some people can see that as, being an asshole, but I kind of understand him in a way, is that I don't like to deal with incompetence, and I don't like working with groups of people. And so I've had issues in, professional career settings where I'm not doing anything wrong. My supervisors don't think I'm doing anything wrong, but I don't put up with incompetence. And when people are there to do a job and they're going to whine and complain and they're not going to do the job, I don't have time for that. And so when I think about Edward Norton, I don't know, I can kind of sympathize with him. And, I think he's a fantastic actor, and he puts on, good shows and characters. So
yeah,
I haven't done the research on what he's actually done, though. So I could be, completely off the mark here. So
I think he's got a reputation for trying to like take over almost the script writing process and trying to retool movies to suit him.
I heard that with Hulk.
Yeah, I think he's done it a few other times as well. Like, I can't remember the specific films, but yeah, I mean, in terms of his actual acting performances, like, he's done some incredible movies, like Fight Club. He's done American History X and stuff. Like, great film. Did you really?
Fight Club.
Why?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Really?
Okay. Feminazis will lose their mind. That's a boy movie. I know there's girls that like it, but that's just not something I watched it once and I never need to watch it again. I didn't know the plot twist when I watched it, but I figured it out instantly. And then I thought the ending was so fucking stupid. And I don't think Helena Bonham Carter fit in that movie at all. They didn't have chemistry. Even the awkward type of bantering chemistry was just off. Everything about that movie, I hate. I hate the style of it. I hate the look. It's all grimy and gross, and I feel like I need a shower just thinking about it. It made me feel claustrophobic. How do you take somebody as great as Brad Pitt? And, you know, I know it was supposed to be a sleazy alter ego thing, but it's just like I want to punch my TV. That's how much I hate this movie.
Wow. I must say, I'm surprised. I mean, I can get the whole, like, you know, it's perhaps going to appeal more to men than women. Like, I get that. Like, the whole look and feel of it is meant to look shit. It's meant to look gritty and grimy. Like, that's just...
But there's plenty of movies that do that, and it doesn't have that same effect. I hate Fight Club.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll move on from that one, shall we? I was going to say we've got the super chats there. I don't know how much time you've got, but I'm sure there's quite a few questions for you if you've got. Yeah, you good?
Yeah, I got time.
All right, cool. All right, we'll have a little look, shall we?
All right.
Yeah, how far did we get? Oh yeah, Ecanalist here says, "Hail Drinker and Anna, the drinks are on me." Thank you very much, sir, for $25. I appreciate it. Gunstar1, cheers for recommending The Expanse. You've made me an addict. Keep up the great work. Yeah, Expanse is great. Man, it took me about 5 years to get onto it, but I finally have. Have you ever seen it or anything?
Yeah, I stopped watching The Asteroid and It's Dying and The Asian Guy's Daughter.
Oh yeah. So you're like on season 3 or something, I think.
Yeah, see, that was one show that me and my boyfriend watched together, so I can't watch it without him. And so I'm like, I have time to binge it, but it's like gotta wait till we're both have time to do it. And since we moved, it's like we just haven't. So
yeah. No, fair dues. Hopefully you'll get to finish it at some point though.
Is it over? Or no?
What's that, sorry?
Is it over?
No, I think they're on the final season now, so they're on like season 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the last one. End Me here says, "I'm going to drink a shot every time I laugh. Let's fucking go." Well, hopefully we gave you a few. Oscar Meyer says, "Anna can help me with my couch."
Oh. Unfortunately, I am. I'm usually weak, but when it comes to moving, I'm a pro at it now.
Fergus Thinking here says, "Hey man, love your content. Also great to see that Star Wars girl. Enjoy your Chianti, bro." Thanks. It was quite nice actually. It's a little bit sweeter than I like normally, but it was fine. Charles Hurst says, "Hail Drinker and that Star Wars girl. Drinker, thanks for recommending Cobra Kai. It's been very enjoyable." Excellent. What's that?
Love Cobra Kai.
Yeah. Oh man, it's just one of those shows. Like every single episode gets you. Like they just everything's balanced out well. They get the good balance between nostalgia and like moving the characters forward. They've got drama, they've got comedy. Like none of it seems overdone, and it's just such a blast.
Did you ever watch the TV show How I Met Your Mother?
Like I saw the odd episode. I was never really into it.
Well, so there's an ongoing thing. So Barney, Neil Patrick Harris's character, he goes on like this rant about how Johnny from Karate Kid is the actual hero of Karate Kid. And he's just like, oh yeah, Daniel did this illegal kick. He's the real hero. So he actually guest stars because they bring him out on like one of Barney's birthdays. And so he's in How I Met Your Mother. And so I remember when Cobra Kai first came out, everyone's talking about it. I was like, oh my God, this was like a whole like plot point for, How I Met Your Mother, like in a few episodes. Cause it's like each character has their own little nerdy things about them. Like Barney, he's like the womanizer, but he's got a stormtrooper in his like penthouse. And then the other character is like a huge Star Wars fan. And so it's like the nerdy guys and stuff. But that was one of like the things that was Barney's thing, is that he loved Karate Kid, but he hated Daniel and he loved Johnny. So when I saw the show, I was like, oh my God, this is like an ode to, freaking How I Met Your Mother.
I think that was one of the things that inspired it. There was also like a really good YouTube video where someone made, and it was like, it's just called like Daniel was the real bully or something. And the guy goes blow by blow through the film and just breaks down exactly why Johnny was in the right. And, like when you get like that kind of argument.
When you hear Johnny like tell the story to Miguel, and he's like, me and my girlfriend, we were great. Like, she was this little fireball, and then we got into one fight, and this dude came out of nowhere and like punches me, and it's like, oh my God, you're right.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, so I go to sort it out with him man to man, and then he cheap shots me out of nowhere, and then I'm
like
trying to
later on Halloween, he like fucks with me.
Yeah. There's great little references to it in the show as well, where it's like they're talking about how he was dressed as a shower.
Yeah.
In like the school dance, and like Daniel's wife is like, how the fuck would you even do that? What would that look like?
I know. And I didn't really like Daniel's wife until this season. Like, she seemed kind of like a naggy chick. Well, yeah, she has every reason to nag, but now she has more of like a character, like her showing up and just slapping him in the face. And then I love how he went and he's like, oh, there's already out like a warrant on you.
Yeah.
Because this dude, and she's like, what?
Yeah, because he's able to play the fact that he's like a veteran and he's an elderly man now, and it's like, oh yeah, she attacked me, and I love
them making fun of woke culture, and he's like, chairwoman. He's like, chairperson.
Yeah, because Hawk does the same thing in the school at one point where the teacher busts them getting into a fight, and he's like, oh, she invaded my safe space, and I found that very triggering.
Yeah.
The teacher's like, oh, I'm so sorry, you poor boy.
It's so good.
Oh man, yeah, again, it's just a nice irreverent show that doesn't bow down to that stuff, so it's so refreshing.
But it's too white. It's problematic. It
is. I was so problematic. Yeah, you'd almost think they were just carrying on from the movies and used the cast that they had available, but yeah,
it's like they didn't film or like do set pieces in Vietnam or Okinawa and Tokyo. Yeah, it's so racist.
I know. It's just like, yeah, the person who wrote that article probably got paid like $40 for it.
I don't think she watched the show.
Yeah, it's like, what can I complain about today? Get some rage bait on the go.
Well, there's so many articles I've read, and it's always written by women, and you can tell, like, this one chick, she wrote an article about how Anakin turned to the dark side because of toxic masculinity from the Jedi.
Yeah.
And it's like, you've never seen Star Wars.
Absolutely no understanding of it. So I'm just conscious as well, whenever I bring up the super chat list, because my screen goes pure white, it makes me look like I just died. But then I turn it back.
I just figured.
Hey, and now I've got color in my face again, and I'm dead. There we go.
I just figured there's like no sun in Scotland, so you guys
There's not. Fuck, man. Like, honestly, like at this time of year, if you walk down the street wearing like a brightly colored t-shirt, you can feel the trees just leaning in towards you. It's cold and dark all the time. The only thing that keeps the rickets at bay is booze. CJ Maldonado here says, hello, Drinker and Anna. Is that a bottle of Blanton's back there? It is, yeah. Right there. Blanton's bourbon. Fantastic stuff. But it's too good for me to drink, so I've left it unopened for the time being. Yeah. When I get to 1 million subs, I'll open it if I ever get there.
You're pretty close, aren't you?
Getting there. Yeah. 670 or something at the moment, so.
Ooh, I feel like last time I was here, you were at like 500. That's a lot, dude.
Yeah, I've Wonder Woman 1984 helped a lot.
Wow.
Did well out of that. Nothing here says wine the greatest of enemies. They're not, but yeah, wine's all right. It's what I have with dinner. It's the perfect thing. Felix Trafford says, oi, oi, Drinker, have you seen the film Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter? It's a stupid film, but I bloody love it. Cheers. I have seen it, yeah. And it is stupid, and it is over the top, and just nonsense, but it is kind of fun at the same time. The Dark Doctor says, get on the Bucky, Drinker. Fuck. I'm not 16 anymore. I don't need Buckfast. That's something that's kind of unique to Scotland, Anna. It's like this weird fortified wine that you get, and it's like super sweet, but it's also like 15-16% or something, so it'll get you drunk fast.
That sounds really good.
I don't
I like
know.
things like the only wine I'll drink is Moscato. Like not even rosés
Oh,
are sweet enough. Like I love Moscato. It has to taste like sugar. I have a very strange diet.
yeah, like that's a proper dessert wine, man. But yeah, you
It's
probably
not
like
even sweet enough for me. I'm not kidding. I have to put Mio in Moscato because it's not sweet enough.
God. Yeah, you'd like vodka then. Yeah, it's the sort of thing you see, 15-year-olds drinking, like in the park. I'm
Ah,
not gonna. Yeah, I've done it a few times.
so it's like a Four Loko, but a Scottish version.
Pretty much, yeah. It does the job quickly and efficiently. But
Mm.
yeah, fucking stinking hangover you get from it. It's weird stuff. Predator 1987 says, "Hey, you sexy beast! I mean, drinker. Nah, both beautiful. Serious. Though, and don't judge me. But have either of you seen Netflix's Lucifer? I haven't seen it actually.
Lucifer. Oh, my aunt watched that. I thought it was a little weird. I only know a little bit about it, and I have not. It did not pique my interest a little bit that I have seen.
Okay. But yeah, I haven't seen it myself, so I couldn't say. ActionCom here says, this movie invented the glass cage. It's been used in a lot of movies, including James Bond and Marvel. Originally, it was supposed to be chicken wire. What do you think of Lecter's cage?
It's actually a series of nets and stuff. I think we talked about this in the beginning, and
Yeah,
so they figured that that wouldn't work because they even talk about how there's just a series of them, and like because of the bars and to just the barrier. It's like this elaborate cage just to keep this tiny little Hannibal Lecter in. But filming that would be a nightmare with the nets and stuff. And the audience, you're only going to tolerate so much. So they had to like, what can we do that, do this? And it's like everyone else has bars, but he has glass because, nothing he can fit like his hands through.
yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, everyone else has got just standard prison bars, but he's got this proper glass screen, and it allows Starling to be physically close to him, but you've still got that separation. So yeah, like you say, it's probably a lot easier to film, and I think it's just there's something more disturbing about that. The fact that he's just an inch away from you, and all you've got is this screen that you can't even really see that divides the two of you, and you just have to put your trust in that you couldn't break through it. But who knows if you could,
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I mean, if you like really look in the movie, you can see how everything is like even his chair, he can't even scooch his chair closer to his desk because everything is bolted down, and how they say there's no hard objects, nothing can go in there. They have to take out all of the like paper clips and all of the little like bindings of magazines and stuff because he'll use them. So it's just like, oh my God, like what on earth would you use with like half of a paper clip? But he'd figure it out, It's
he'd
like,
find a way to kill you with it.
yeah, that's how dangerous he is. And it's so when you see it and he's just standing there all polite, it's so unnerving, And
Yeah.
they did it so well. Like the visual storytelling in Silence on top of the dialogue, the visual storytelling is just spot on.
Six Turning, Four Burning says, Drinker, you magnificent bastard. I read your book, Redemption, that is. It's a great read. Looking forward to reading the rest. Cool. Well, I hope you enjoy them, and thanks for picking it up. Dark Resurrect says, Hopkins was a great pick for Lecter. Yeah, I don't think many people would argue, really. A lot of people saying that Mads Mikkelsen is better as Lecter.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
Okay, I like him, but he's not Hannibal Lecter. The thing that's different, so Hannibal, it's the way they describe him, it's like a tiger going back and forth that's bored in the zoo or in a cage. And so it's like you see the tiger, it's a beautiful animal, it's like, oh, it's a kitty cat, but it's dangerous and it's dangerous. And also Hannibal Lecter is very narcissistic. He's very arrogant. And I mean, you can see that. And so based on the way he's described in the books and the character, Anthony Hopkins just completely embodies that. And I mean, you can see it in Hannibal, in his face and in his expression. Mads does things that are good, but he's not Hannibal Lecter. I think people just like the show. I personally don't like the show, but it is what it is.
Fabian Rojas says, much love from Chile. Keep up with the awesome content. Thank you very much, and I'll do my best. Alexander says, it's a bit chilly outside, minus 56 Celsius, but your stream and a bottle of vodka will keep me warm.
Oh my God, are you in Antarctica? Shit.
Yeah, are you in like Norilsk or something like that? Damn, man. He did give me rubles, so I assume you're in Russia somewhere, like Siberia. Also, Natasha, Tatiana's sister, says hello. Love you. Tell her she still owes Tatiana money. Drive-by commentator says, the YouTube channel The Closer Look has a good video on Lecter's introduction and the test of wits between him and Clarice.
He does. I have seen it.
Go. Is it good?
It is good when he talks about like the different levels and status between movie, the way that the actor's blocking is. It was good.
Cool. Take a look at that, actually. Anthony Durrell says, one of the removed scenes from the movie is haunting. Lecter describing Bill's psychological picture tests while standing in the dark. The description causes Lecter to start crying.
No, he doesn't.
Maybe instead of Lecter, he meant to say Starling or something. Maybe he got mixed up there. Is that a deleted scene?
If it is, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
But to be fair, I watched this movie on a VHS, so there's not exactly deleted scenes. Right,
yeah, true. Alexander says, so the drinker writes books, makes awesome videos, is funny. Well, that's debatable. And he's handsome. And here I thought my self-esteem couldn't drop any lower. Also, hi, Anna.
Hello.
2-inch Kinnell says, hey guys, shout out to Drunk 3PO. Oh, hello, Drunk 3PO. Are you in chat?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, say Gina Carano 3 times and Drunk will appear in the chat.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Juice. Gina Carano, Gina Carano, Gina Carano.
Yeah. Come on. He would just be like eating breakfast somewhere and he'd be like, I hear her. I must go.
Oh, hey, look, I was right. It's like Beetlejuice, he's right there.
Hey.
I called it.
Hey, man. He's inviting me on his stream at some point, so yeah, I'm sure I'll be back there.
Drunk 3PO and the Critical Drinker. There you go.
Yeah. What's the next one? Levi Ackerman says, I hated Hannibal. It did not have Jodie Foster, and the brain-eating scene seemed like a forced effort to shock the audience.
Yeah, that... Okay. They changed the ending because the director didn't like the way it ended in the book, which is completely understandable. It caused a lot of controversy when it came out. I think they changed too much from the book to the movie to where the way that it all happens and the little minute things. I mean, you're an author, you know how you set those little things up that, might not mean much the first, but once you get to the end, it's like, oh, okay, those were little subtle things. And so that whole thing with Crinler and Clarice and Hannibal, it's just, it didn't fall right in the ending of the movie. And also you don't have the drugs that are in Clarice and her scene things. And so it's not the same when he brings him out and, lobotomizes him and feeds him his brain. It's not the same effect. I think they should more.
Yeah, I mean, I think visually you're always going to have a tough time showing something like that and having it not be totally gratuitous. Because, like, thinking of what you're going to be showing on screen, like, there's not many ways you can show a man cutting open a guy's head and taking his brain out and then serving it to him without it just see him in, like, comic book, ridiculous, like, over-the-top gore. You know what I mean?
I think it's one of those things where it's not showing it as it's happening, but you see, like, if it was showing Clarice's face and she's scared and you can hear like maybe the sound effects of knives and then you hear the sizzling and you look and it looks like a brain on the pan. I think that's the way I would have done it. Because your mind is one of the most dangerous tools you can use. And it's like me, I can't go in a pool by myself because I'm terrified of sharks because of Jaws. And it's like, you don't see the shark until the end of the movie, but you hear the music and it's like, even the scene in Reservoir Dogs when he's cutting off the ear, everyone describes that as one of, the most moments, but you don't even see his ear getting cut off. You just see him holding the ear after. So if they don't show him actually cutting off, but then you see him throwing pieces of the brain and him talking and you hear it sizzling and you're seeing it and then it's cutting to Clarice, I think that would have been a way to do it without making it comical and, just sinister and terrifying.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think you can play more on the actors' reactions rather than showing everything like that. Probably would have worked better.
Well, then your mind makes those connections and your mind is going to create something even more scary than what they can show you.
Yeah, I've said this about many horror films. The whole the unseen threat is way more intimidating and interesting and terrifying than what they can actually put on the screen. So let the audience's minds do most of the work for you, I guess. Brian TW says, "Hey Drinker, you devilishly handsome philosopher. What do you think about doing a stream with Nerdrotic and Az on the old Sean Connery James Bond movies?" I think that sounds nice. I'd like to do that. Yeah, we'll get around to that at some point. Definitely want to do something on Bond when it was still good. Levi Ackerman says, "I hated Hannibal. It didn't have Jodie Foster and the..."
Yeah, I think you read that one.
Yeah, I did that one. Fucking that Chianti's kicking in. Action.com, any thoughts on the precursor film Manhunter?
Haven't seen it in like 15 years. I remember, so I had already seen the other ones before. So I remember just thinking that's not Hannibal Lecter and it's a little off. But again, it was 15 years ago. Maybe I'll have to rewatch it.
Yeah. I didn't love Brian Cox as Hannibal. I didn't think he had the right look and he just didn't seem quite as refined and interesting and intellectual as Anthony Hopkins was. But kind of like Anna, it's been quite a while since I've seen it. It just felt a bit rough and unpolished compared to Silence of the Lambs. So Louis the Plank here says, "Hello, Anna and Drinker. Drinker, I just started your Ryan Drake series, liking it so far, and it's nice to know you can finish your book series unlike George R.R. Martin." Yeah.
How many books is in your series?
9.
Holy shit. Why didn't you go to 10?
Why not 11? That's the story I wanted to tell, and that's the number of books it took. So I wasn't going to just add more in, just have one book be total padding. So I'd rather just tell it concisely.
Well, it's divisible by 3. My OCD is satisfied.
Yeah, that's true. It's a trio of trilogies. That's how I done it. So Ryan Barrett says, "Drinker Sir, would you ever do a happy hour episode focused on a movie you don't like, but your guest does, and then debate the narrative qualities?"
Oh, that's interesting.
Could do. Yeah, be happy to do it. I mean, it's just the way it shakes out is when my guest suggests a film, it's usually something that I really like anyway. So we've not had the opportunity to, to spark off that. I think the closest we got was Bly Manor, where like Rags and Mahler really liked it, and I wasn't quite so hot on it. And yeah, we talked about it for quite a while, and then it just kind of got to the sort of natural impasse of a conversation. And then it's like, oh, okay.
Do you have like movies that you or that everyone else likes but you hate? Like for instance, I don't like Fight Club, and I hate The Godfather, but everyone in the freaking world loves those movies, and I hate them.
It probably wouldn't be so much that I hate them. It's more just like they don't appeal to me on that level. The Godfather is a good example, actually, where it's like I recognize it's a great film. It's just it doesn't interest me that much, and so I feel like I'm not really I would struggle to review it because I'd be just like, yeah, like it's good, I guess. It just doesn't really do it for me. So that'd be a tricky one. Yeah.
Well, you're the first person I met that isn't like, why you don't like The Godfather?
No, I think those kind of mob movies, they've never been like a big thing for me. Like I don't think I was ever that into them. So maybe that's just it. But I can recognize that they're quite well made and they're great films. They're just not for me. So I think that's the problem I have sometimes. Like you kind of have to engage with it emotionally, and if you don't, you don't have much to say about it.
Yeah, see, I remember everyone's like, this is the best movie ever made. I'm watching, I'm like, I just don't care. These are terrible people. I don't like them, and I don't care. You know, if anything, if something bad happens, they kind of deserve it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I remember there was one of my mates from like back at uni loved The Godfather, and I said, someone's like, "What is it that you like so much about it?" And he couldn't fucking answer me, and I was like, "I think, is it just because it's cool and you're pretending that you like it and you don't really know anything about it?" And yeah, we weren't friends for much longer.
Oh no.
But I can't. It pisses me off when people pretend to like movies and then they can't really justify why, and it's like, well, you don't really like it at all, do you?
I'm kind of like people that like you know, Disney fan fiction Star Wars movies, huh?
Indeed, yeah. I think that comes down to ideology a lot of the time. You know,
Yeah.
they support the things that I support. They are good.
Mm-hmm.
What's the next one? Ryan Barrett here says, "Drinker Sir." Oh no, sorry. PSX Hacker says, "Hail Drinker, Anna, Silence of the Lambs is a masterpiece. In my opinion, Hopkins is the best and one on my top 10. Sadly, it wouldn't be made as brilliantly today with the current climate. Keep up the amazing work. Drink one on me, Drinker." Yeah, I think Lecter would be made out to be some bumbling idiot, and Clarice would just fix everything herself
Well,
if it was made
they
today.
wouldn't allow a man to be smarter than a woman. That's the thing. It's like women are the bestest ever, and they can't do anything wrong. And it's
Yeah. You see it nowadays, and it's such a hallmark of bad writing where like a man and a woman say are in a bit of a pissing contest, like just an argument or a bit of verbal sparring, and the woman will get like one hit in to like put him down, and he has no comeback for it ever, and that's just it, shut down. And it's like, if you were smart, you would give both people like a chance to like make their point. You know what I mean? Instead of just having one totally dominate the conversation and then the other one just clam up. But that's what Silence of the Lambs does great. Like there's times when Clarice is being quite smart with Lecter, and you know, makes a few barb remarks to him, but he always has a comeback for her as well, because
or he changes the subject, you know.
yeah, but he's a guy who's not going to be kind of beaten down in a conversation. Like he'll always have the upper hand somehow, because that's what the script needs him to be, smarter.
It would be pretty pathetic if a trainee in the FBI is smarter than everyone around her. At that point, it's like, well, why are you a trainee? Why aren't you running the whole show?
Yeah, that's how it would be written now, though. You know, that's what they mandate. What's the next one? Swab Hog says, "Drinker, are you seriously drinking red wine when you have a perfectly good bottle of Blanton sitting behind you?" Yeah, well, it's Chianti, you know, it's appropriate for the stream. But yeah, the Blantons will get opened if I get to 1 million. I'll open that because that stuff's good. Christopher Wayne, it puts the lotion on the skin, or it gets Bad Woman season 2 again.
Oh God, are you watching it?
I watched the first episode with the EFAP guys. We did like a watch through, so that will be coming out at some point. And I did a review on it, but I can't see myself going beyond that. It's dire. It's such a sad show. Have you watched any of it?
You know, I got to season 3 of episode 1, and I was like, brain cells are pretty valuable, and you don't get them back, so
yeah,
I'm not gonna do it anymore.
Yeah, don't do it to yourself, man. It's
a CW show, so I wasn't, you know, you can't really expect much, but holy crap, that's bad.
Yeah.
You know?
I think what I mentioned as well is like, for how garbage it is and how nonsensical the writing is, they take it so seriously. Like the actors really, they try and like really play these scenes for emotion, and it's like, why? You're in like a daytime soap opera, basically.
I know. I mean, at that point, I just rather watch a novella than watch it. But it took me a while. But then I realized the dad in it is the prince from Ever After. And I'm like, oh my God, this is what you've been reduced to, dude.
Dude, Gray Scott, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't an A-lister or anything, but there was a time when he was doing pretty well in Hollywood.
Well, he was supposed to be like Wolverine, and then who else was supposed? He was supposed to be another big name, and it went to somebody else. Oh, he was supposed to be Bond, right?
They touted him for a while as Bond, potentially. but I don't think he got into the final cut or anything.
Pierce was supposed to be, but then Pierce couldn't, and so he was going to be, but then something happened, and so but then Pierce came back anyway.
I think he would have been a successor to Pierce. Because by that, like, if it had been any earlier, like, he would have been too young, I think. So round about that sort of early 2000s, he would have been young enough to take over as Bond. But they went with Daniel Craig instead for whatever reason.
I'm just like, Henry Cavill was right there, and you picked that.
Yeah, Cavill would have been way too young back then, though. If Craig had done, say, 2, and then ditched it around 2010, like maybe 10 years ago, Cavill would have been about the right age.
I think he's at the perfect age right now. So
he could do it. Yeah, he could definitely do it.
Fails, bring in Henry and go back to normal Bond.
Yeah. Whether they will or not, I don't know. But damn, ditch Daniel Craig. He is death.
Terrible.
What's this? Deflick Maestro says, TSWG drinker.
That Star Wars girl.
Okay. Why is Gamora, if you please? Many thanks. Why indeed? We'll go you one better. Where is Gamora? Marcus Henry says, Drinker, you should do a review of Run, Hide, Fight. Yeah, loads of people keep asking me about that. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, how is that Quigley Down Under or something? Was that good?
It was a movie.
Did Alan Rickman do a good job?
He did, yeah. It honestly felt like he got cast because he did Die Hard, and I think Quigley was maybe a year or two after, and it's like, we need a villain who's kind of cool and quippy. And it's like, get me Rickman. We would just want Hans Gruber again, but the dialogue didn't really support an actor like that. But it was just a kind of old-fashioned adventure western sort of movie from the early 90s. It had Tom Selleck, so
yeah,
and his mighty Tash, so that gets points for that. Louis the Plank says, Anna and Drinker, how fast would Dr. Chilton get Me Too'd in this day and age?
Oh my god. Pretty
just from
fast.
that opening exchange with Clarice, that would have been enough to nail him, I think. It's like, oh, you're making an unwanted advance there, sir. We can't have that.
Well, even like in the book, he like says something about, oh, the FBI is going to the girls. And then he says something about, oh, where are all the office girls like looking at Clarice? You know, right. He doesn't have a secretary anymore.
Yeah. He does have a good line about Lecter, though, saying like, oh, you're exactly to his taste.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like typical sleazeball, you know?
Yeah.
Even though Matt he like, back and smiles and he's like, oh, this is a really good town if you know like the right people to show it to you.
Yeah, like I don't even know how to describe it. It is just kind of a sleazy smile, like the way he's looking at her, and yeah.
It's like, this is a professional business meeting and you're, talking about taking her out on the town.
Yeah. Matt G gave me a super sticker, so thanks for that, mate. Man of War 665 says, great film, no question, but Michael Mann's Manhunter will always be my go-to. Brian Cox's Lecter is sublime. Interesting. Personally, I wasn't a huge fan of him myself, but like each to their own, I guess. Action Come. The film makes it clear that Clarice wants to be an FBI serial killer hunter. She has psych degrees and such. Is it betrayal of the character to have her work corporate crime for Kurtzman's Clarice? Is it corporate crime?
I have rage quit that script so many times. I'm not sure. I know she gets more into like the drug aspect and like catching.
I mean, if that's the way it goes, then yeah, it seems like a bit of an odd choice for the character.
Well, I don't want to say we'll have to see when Clarice comes out, but
yeah, when Kurtzman eventually shits it out. But hey, it'll be fun to review.
You'll just see my brain exploding every week.
Yeah, what are you doing, Alex? Crispy Critters says, it's specifically because of the range you get in classical training. Oh yeah, that was talking about Brits playing villains. Yeah, that's fair enough. Texan Viking Havoc says, "Greetings from Texas. 6'8", 275, last of the Cowboys." Cool. Thanks for your vital stats, man. 6'8", man. That's a beast.
That is way too tall to be real. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm like 5 foot with heels on, so that's really fucking tall.
I think when you have to duck to get under doors, that's perhaps a
How
bit
do you
too
fit
tall.
in a car is my question. Like, you have to drive a really big car. How do you fly in a plane? You almost have to fly first class at that, you know?
Yeah.
You don't have any leg room.
Or sit by the door.
Mm.
Jacob Babcock says, "I would guess because British acting isn't as loud or boisterous as traditional American acting, it seems to be more subtle. That slow, methodical, dry sense keeps Hannibal grounded and terrifying." Yeah, I mean, 100% for the character. I mean, you obviously get, American actors that are really subtle and methodical, just like that. It's not unique to British actors, but I think there seems to be something about them. They keep getting these roles.
I think Americans just have a fetish for British accents. Like, I've noticed that throughout life living here with people.
Yeah. Is there just this weird implication that British people are somehow more cultured or intelligent or something?
Did you ever watch Love Actually?
Yeah.
I think they have a great when they're talking about it in there, and it's so funny because it's so true.
That's what every British guy's fantasy is, that you would go to somewhere like America and they're just totally entranced by your accent.
It's real. I've watched it. It's so funny because I'm like, that's actually exactly what would happen. But I don't, when it comes to actors, like, there's some actors that I don't even know are British. Like, I did not know that Christian Bale was British. And then you hear him talk and it's like, is he like in character or something? And it's like, no, that's his voice. I'm like, I can't even understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
Accent's so thick.
I mean, yeah, like, these guys can do properly good American accents when they want to. Like Andrew Lincoln when he does. What's that?
Can you do an American accent?
No, I can't. I'm not going to embarrass myself in front of thousands of people trying to do one.
I tried, Chad. I tried.
Can you do a Scottish accent?
I could do a really good Irish accent for a while, but I don't think so. Not anymore. I have a terrible Californian accent, so it's hard for me to do other dialects.
Yeah, fair enough. Damn, what's the next one here? Ian CZ says, "So good to hear you two talking face to face. I love it. I'm glad I caught you in my time zone. Drinker, you look good, as handsome as ever. Anna, thank you for honoring us attractive but nerdy tomboyish women." There you go. We're both winning. Yeah, I mean, most of the time it's just because I can't be bothered getting my webcam set up and all the rest of it, and having to tidy away the alcohol bottles from my room. So yeah. Today I was like, I'll make the effort.
I have to do my hair and my makeup. I can't do it.
Likewise, Anna, likewise. It's a lot of effort to look this good.
Well, no, because I think I caught like half of one of your streams and I was like, what the heck? He's on camera? And I was like, oh, that's actually a real picture of him from his profile. And I was like, when you asked to do this, I was like, oh, wait, he's on camera now. That means I was like, do I have to be on camera? And you're like, yeah, we're going to be on camera. And I was like, okay, I'll plan my day.
You definitely have to, be more aware, I guess, when you're on camera, because, like, if you're off and it's just your icon, you can sit there picking your nose or whatever and not have to worry about it. But yeah, well, suddenly people can see you.
So I just have my mic like over here. So I'll show you. I would have been almost done with this after this conversation.
Oh, cool. Man, that's looking really good.
Thank you.
Was this, had you put this on Twitter as well? Like, different stages of it?
Yeah, okay. You know what's funny is actually in my very first video on YouTube, I was in the middle of painting Hannibal Lecter. And so one of the comments is like, this chick's talking about Star Wars in an art studio with Hannibal Lecter behind her.
And so the Star Wars girl was born.
Well, the channel was.
Yeah. Kevin O'Neill donated $50. So thank you very much, my friend. Action Come, have you looked up the director's career? It's eclectic to say the least. Women in Prison Films, a stand-up comedy show. No, actually.
It is interesting because it's weird. You know, when you get somebody that like they get it right. Everything he did doing Silence of the Lambs was right. But then you go and you look at other things that he's done, and it's like, how do you go from something like Silence of the Lambs to this other stuff? It's like you got this one thing just perfect, and it's just a miracle, I guess. One of those things where everything just works out, and then after that,
yeah,
not as much.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's that combination of having a great screenplay and brilliant actors to work with, and
yeah,
even if you're not amazing at directing, like you'll get great performances out of people because they're just that good. Stephen Otten here says, in the book, Lecter killed Raspale. In the movie, Lecter hides his body after Buffalo Bill kills him. I never understood why he would take that risk.
So what actually happens is it's not Raspale's body. It is a guy named Klaus. So Raspale's body is found missing the sweetbreads, and that's what Hannibal Lecter serves. You actually, when you watch Red Dragon, you get to see he gives a dinner for all of like the Philharmonic Orchestra and the main people in that, and so he feeds them Raspale. But so in the book, what happens, the way that Raspale tells him, because Raspale's the one that knows Buffalo Bill, and his name is James Gum.
Yeah.
And so Raspale is, Hannibal's, patient. And so Raspale, he's gay and he has these weird things. Raspale's not a good guy, and, he's into weird kinky shit. And so the head is actually a Swedish sailor named Klaus. And Raspale was involved with James Gum, Buffalo Bill. And then, he's obsessed with the guy named Klaus and whatnot. And so James gets upset and James kills Klaus. And when Raspale comes home, James is wearing an apron made out of Klaus. And so one of the things about Klaus's head in the jar is that it's cut, right here. So that way it doesn't show the ligature marks from hanging. And that's one of the points that Hannibal brings up to Clarice. Like, why it's not usually you cut in the middle. You don't cut this close to the jaw. And so he's already killed Raspale and all of that. But then that's why nobody thinks to find a head in a jar, because Raspale is the one that, he finds the head in the fridge when, Buffalo Bill is like, wearing Klaus, and there's the head in the fridge. So Raspale had it, and he shows Hannibal Lecter in one of the therapy sessions. And so that's why Hannibal knows where it is. And I mean, it's all in the books, but then Hannibal later kills Raspale. So it's not Raspale's head, it's Klaus's head.
Okay. Interesting. What's the next one here? Yeah. Don Grossman says, hey guys, glad to see you two have made up since your Star Trek 4 Mexican/Italian food fight.
God damn. Apparently, I got so many emails going, Anna, you don't understand what Critical Drinker was saying about Mexican food. I was like, God. Like, I'm not somebody like sent me this whole thing, and it's a long email. Like, I'm like, you took this long out of your life to explain to me that I didn't understand his take on Mexican food. And I'm like, it doesn't matter, because he's wrong. Mexican food is great. And I know that wasn't the point. It's that it's basically the same as Italian food, which it's not. But it is what it is.
Wow. We've moved
back
on from that. Yeah. But my takeaway from that is that I don't particularly like pasta. So that's why I don't love Italian food. I'm sorry.
Okay, but here's, because I had to think about this because it's been brought to my attention over and over again that I misunderstood you. So do you like Chinese food? Because one of the things I always thought was that Chinese food is actually pretty similar to Italian food in the way that, there's pasta.
Yeah, no, I mean, I like Mexican food and I like Chinese food. I like all spicy food, basically. My thing with Italian food is that I'm not a huge pasta. Yeah, it's a little bit bland. It's a little bit samey, and I don't love pasta. So, like, all those things combined, I'm just like, nah. Yeah, I
Yep.
love pizza. Everyone likes
Okay, then
pizza.
that's all that matters. We're closing the door on this. I don't want any more emails
Yeah,
about this
everyone
conversation.
in chat, we have cleared the air. We have made up. We're all good on the
So,
Mexican Italian food front. And I'm sorry for any Italian people here. I'm not insulting your cultural heritage because honestly, Scottish food is absolute garbage. So you're still a step above that for sure.
and Portuguese food is the best.
What? Sorry.
Portuguese food is the best.
Okay.
I am completely biased on that aspect.
I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to talk about that more later.
We don't ever need to talk about food ever again.
Let's just move on. Move on. It's fine. Silo 101 says 2 extremely attractive people. Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
We get all this praise when we go on camera. We should do it more often.
Oh, jeez.
ActionCom says, did you hear about or see the off-Broadway version of Silence, the musical? Hannibal was played by David Garrison, Steve of Married with Children. No way. Didn't know anything about it.
The ladder is about to explode, so I will be right back.
All right, cool. I'll carry on. John Oakletree says, I love how Demi was not afraid to have actors looking directly into the camera when talking. He stopped doing it later, but it's really intimate. Yeah, it is. And that's, it goes back to that scene that I was talking about earlier where Clarice is talking about the lamb that she was trying to save when she was a kid. And, you don't need a flashback. You don't need any kind of elaborate like cinematography. You've got a great actor there. Just let her do her job. That's all you need. And it's excellent stuff. Samurai Flax says the bad boy gets the girls sometimes. This is the dark aspect of the feminine psyche. Google Bundy love letters if you want to be terrified. Yeah, I've heard about this. Apparently, a lot of women were really attracted to Ted Bundy, and even they couldn't really explain why. But it's a really weird aspect of, whether it's fame, whether it's infamy, whether it's just the power that he was able to wield over people. Or the magnetism, I don't know, but it definitely had an effect. So it's a weird one. I can't even say this word. Satoru Wafeng. Please, if you haven't already, what did you think of the Hannibal TV show? Bonus question: which Will Graham is best? I don't think Anna was a huge fan of the show. I watched it from time to time, and it was fine. Like I never really got into it. Like if I'd watched it all the way through, maybe I would have had a better connection to it, but I was just like, nah, it's okay.
Hannibal show.
Yeah.
Edward Norton was a lot better than the prince from Ella Enchanted. No, the thing that they didn't. Okay, the problem with Will in Hannibal, the TV show, he's like way too. And I just did the very terrible Californian thing that I'm trying to break. He's like da da da. So Will is his little special ability is that he is able to completely empathize with serial killers. So he walks into a room and a crime scene, and he completely can just go into the serial killer's mindset and see the way that the serial killer responds to something, which is the exact opposite of Hannibal Lecter. Since Hannibal Lecter is a sociopath, he can't empathize with other people. So Edward does a fantastic job when he's going into one of the crime scenes, and he sees oh well, this door, and they changed the lock, and he climbed up this tree to get a good view of the house, so that way that's how he would come in. And the way that it's just so good, because especially in that scene, since there was a mess up, since there was a changing of the lock. So Francis Dollarhide had to not go with his plan. He had to do something else. And so Will, that's one of Will's superpowers. That's why he was so good at his job, was that he was able to do that. Nobody else could. That's why he was Jack's go-to guy. And that's one of the lines in Silence of the Lambs about, oh, you're, one of Jack Crawford's, you're his new little protege. Do you know what happened to Will Graham? And in Hannibal, they didn't understand that just because Will is able to empathize with other people, that doesn't mean he's this emotional drained crybaby that is so sensitive he needs to talk about his feelings 99.9% of the fucking time to Hannibal, who's basically at some point a stranger. There was actual progression on how Hannibal and Will's relationship took place. Will's not going to go bust in to Hannibal's house and say, "Oh my God, I just kissed this girl. I don't know what this means." And it's like,
I think that's the thing with a lot of modern shows, where it's got to be about emotions, and you've got to have people talking about feelings all the time. Fuck off with your feelings. I don't care.
Well,
Yeah.
not that Will doesn't have feelings, because they do have that friendship. And it's completely different when you're talking about your feelings to your friend and you're just venting, this is what my day went, this is why I'm frustrated with this asshole at work, and you're venting, but you're not, this is my 0 to 100 level of emotion. And that's all that was. And I'm like, oh my gosh, stop being such a fucking girl, dude. Calm down. It was too much feelings even for me. And I'm a very emotional, when I'd have to deal with stuff in real life, but I'm a girl. He was just a whole nother level of whiny that I cannot deal with. And so I couldn't finish that show. The serial killer and the daughter were very good, though. Great job. Will, not so much. And Morpheus confessing his feelings to Hannibal. Give me a break. That's not what happens.
Zach Zalak here says, speaking of dark, gritty psychological thrillers with an amazing female investigator protagonist, you and that Star Wars girl tackling Sicario would be brilliant.
What movie is that? Let's see if I remember.
So that's the one with Emily Blunt and Josh Brolin, where she's sent into Mexico to take on the drug cartels. I think
sounds like something I am completely not interested in. Second you say drug cartels or mafia, it's like my interest just ran for the hills.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to the film, that's it. The drug cartels thing is kind of a smokescreen, and it's a much more personal, revenge story almost. But yeah, Josh Brolin is great in it. Emily Blunt's great in it. I really like her generally. She needs to get more roles. But yeah, it's a good film overall. 2A says, missed opportunity. The stream starts. Sorry, just finishing my dinner. Drinker takes a final mouthful of steak and beans. Anna, if you ever visit, we must have you round for dinner. And followed by a very pregnant pause. I know, I wasn't that organized, you see. Ross Gecko, you guys going to get it on? No. Thanks anyway, man. Hold on, I'm just refreshing here. Come on, computer. All right, here we go. Scroll. And where are you? Oh, yeah. Joshua Hobson says, how was Quigley Down Under? Yeah, we just talked about that a minute ago. A fun little adventure movie. And it's got Tom Selleck in it, so that's always good. Action Com. In the film, the men look directly into the camera. Certain reviewers say that was because the male gaze stuff was in the book. Is that true? You could probably answer this better than I can. I've not read the book.
Sorry. Drunk 3PO sent me a screenshot of us looking funny.
Okay.
Repeat the super chat, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. In the film, the men look directly into the camera. Certain reviewers say that was because the male gaze stuff was in the book. Is this true?
Yes, male gaze was in the book a lot. But the reason they actually explain this, if you watch the making of The Silence of the Lambs, the documentary, they talk about how, and the reason why it started was the whole little domino effect with switching out the cage that Hannibal Lecter is in and doing the glass. And they're trying to talk to each other, but there's actually not glass there because there's going to be a glare in the camera. And so they have Hannibal look directly in. And so that way he's, you're not supposed to break the fourth wall, but he's not. He's talking to Clarice. And I don't think it would have really happened if it was with a different actor, but because it's Anthony Hopkins, him staring, he's staring right into her soul. And the way that Clarice describes his gaze in the book is it's very detailed, and so it gave that effect. Like even when she's talking and into the camera, you know, they're talking to each other, so you're from the perspective of the other character, but because it's that intense moment, because it doesn't do it with any other characters, it's just with Hannibal and Clarice. So it's to make you feel that intensity of the moment, and it has a great effect. It's not so much about the male gaze, which does happen because they all, it's like basically every character that's a guy that interacts with her does make a comment about her appearance. So I don't know if that was the phrase, if they, you know, misphrased the question in that sense, but they there is a reason. If you go watch a documentary, it explains it more and how it was more of a happy accident. So
I think it works great though, because I've never had an issue with actors looking directly into the camera. Like I don't ever feel like, you know, oh, it's breaking the fourth wall, now they're looking at me. It's like, no, they're looking at the character they're talking to, but you get that personal connection with them and it becomes that much more intense. And yeah, it relies on you having a great actor that can really capture the screen like that and hold your attention. And fortunately, in this case, they had it. And what's the next one? Andre Antonio Gonzalez. Critical, want to see you clothless and absorb the alcohol out of you. Have a drink for me. Well, I'm not getting naked on stream, I'm afraid. So YouTube will ban me.
Validity.
What's that? Yeah. I'm going to sell my bathwater. Frederick Landon. Cheers to that critical Star Wars drinker.
Gotta get that blue milk.
What's that, sorry?
Gotta get that blue milk to drink.
Yeah. Stybeck B says, I'm gonna remake Event Horizon. Do you want to be an extra? Damn right I do. Sam Neill is on board. Just you will have to write a script before we start shooting. I would love that. I'd love to do a sequel to Event Horizon or a remake. Or just find that lost footage one day. Stretchy Hulk. Happy Friday. I may be in the vast minority, but I prefer the sequel Hannibal to Silence of the Lambs. It has a great grand operatic feel. The original is still great.
It could be the scenes in Italy. Oh, some people do like that, because it with what's his face. I'm blanking on his name. Knowing that that's Hannibal and them trying to track Hannibal and the idea of trying to catch the villain, but then also Gary Oldman is like one of the gems from that movie, playing Mason. And
Mason Berger, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Man, when you see him for the first time, fuck.
It's even more disturbing in the book. And then they cut out a character that's in the book that's not in the movie, and it's his sister. But she's like a big, ginormous bodybuilding woman that's on all kinds of roids. And she's also a lesbian because she was, you know, molested by Mason when she was a kid, but her and her partner want to have a biological child, so they need Mason's sperm. And then there's all the whole pedophilia stuff with Mason. And I personally like the stuff with the pigs, because I remember being a kid and having pigs and looking at my parents being like, you know, we have pigs. I'm in the pen with them all the time. What the pigs are going to eat you. And that's the first time that I really got the concept that animals can sense your fear. And it ruined it for me because I don't like roosters. And we had many chickens and many roosters. And this one rooster, ever since I learned this, my dad thought it was the funniest thing. The rooster learned all of a sudden it changes, because once I realized it, I was like, oh my God, they can sense my fear. The one rooster was like clockwork. I went out there and I was feeding him. The rooster knew I was afraid of him. And this tiny little rooster was chasing me around the farm. My dad's just laughing because he's like, you're the only thing on this farm that is afraid of him. And you just gave him the biggest go.
Once they know, they'll never let you go.
It's true.
Yeah.
You know?
When you were talking about pigs there's a great movie called Snatch. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's like, it's done by Guy Ritchie. And
yes,
it's like,
I know this movie. Is it the one that starts off with the Hasidic Jews at the Orthodox?
Yes.
I hate that movie. My boyfriend, really? My boyfriend loves Guy Ritchie movies. I passionately hate them. I do not get British humor. I am sorry. And he's just like, you gotta watch this movie, and it's so good. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're speaking English. It's so frustrating. I don't get the humor. I don't get some of the plot points. The dog has a diamond or something and swallows it, and they're sitting at a car at a gas station, and then I have no idea what's going on in any of those damn movies.
It's a weird one because a lot of the humor is distinctly British, and if you're an American, you're not going to get a lot of the references. The movie's told out of chronological order as well, so sometimes it zips back to stuff that happened earlier. So you kind of have to pay attention to it. But there's a great scene where these guys are trying to dispose of a body, and this gangster comes in and explains to them how you can use pigs to do it. And he's like, you're going to need at least 6 pigs to finish the job. So be wary of any man who keeps pigs. That always stuck with me.
What if they have a pig farm?
Exactly, yeah. Oh man, what's the next one here? Yeah. Oh yeah, Oscar Meyer says, Drinker, how far did you get in the chat before you realized Anna deserves all the money? Well, there we go. I'm gonna have to give you all the revenue, I'm afraid.
Hailstrom. Just watch my videos. I get ready.
Well, there's a link to Anna's channel in the description, so be sure to subscribe to her because she does great content. Hailstrom says, I wonder if Bill is inspired by Gollum. He's in the dark, the dog is precious, and he talks like him. It puts the lotion on its skin. What do you think?
He is inspired by Ed Gein, Ted Bundy, and Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah. Was it Jeffrey Dahmer that ate them as well? Was he a cannibal?
Jeffrey Dahmer, yeah.
Yeah.
He was gay, and he would, it was crazy because he just lived in an apartment, and so he wanted to make a complacent kind of zombie, and so he would like put acid in their brain and then cook them and just all kinds of weird shit.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah.
Panthera gave me a super sticker for $5, so thank you very much. Discount Charlton Heston. The creepy dance made me think how he saw himself, the parallel of his transformation into a woman and a caterpillar's metamorphosis into a butterfly. Yeah, that's exactly what he was all about. Yeah, turning into something beautiful. Yeah, and it's a pretty fucked up scene when you see it on screen.
Just a little bit.
Mark's Man of 117 says, after rewatching your Unforgiven vid, I just wanted to say that the limit a man can masturbate in a day is 41, because the guy who hit 42 died on his stream. What? 42 times, that's impressive. Multiple MIGs only managed once, unfortunately. Ronnie Geo says, you guys are truly aces. Amazing individually, but incredible chemistry together. Love them. Some SOTL. What is that? SOTL. Either way, thank you very much. And yeah, it's been a great chat so far, notwithstanding the food arguments. My End Me says, my vodka is empty now. I'm kind of sad. Well, you know, you can always get more.
Get tequila, it's better.
Do like me a tequila slammer. Always goes down well. Gianni Greco says, my dad called me from the hospital. I need you to bring me some fava beans and a nice chianti. How I found out I'd be donating him half my liver.
Oh, no.
Marksman of 117 says, Hopkins' reading of Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night is beautiful and powerful. He can project one hell of a presence. Yeah. It's a good poem anyway. So yeah, someone like him delivering it would be awesome. He was the best part of Westworld as well. Like every scene he was in, it's just like a total pleasure to watch.
Opening episode, and I was like, I'll watch the Westworld movie. I like that one better.
It's okay because the first season was the only good one. Beyond that, it was garbage. So, OG Gregory says Ghostbusters 2016 is better than the original. Of course it is, my friend. And TLJ is the best Star Wars movie. Pelorus Jack says, greetings from Switzerland. And thank you.
I love that country.
What's that?
I love Switzerland. I'm going to go back.
And thank you.
Favorite.
Thank you for many hours of hilarious debunks of modern day movies. It is a pleasure indeed to do it. Zach Zalak says, I'd guess that Clarice's modality around men was tempered by Jodie Foster living as a closeted lesbian in the Hollywood man zone. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can really believe that, how they always say, oh, yeah, she's, so attractive. I remember my sister, she didn't like the movie, but she doesn't like anything I like. And so she's like, she's not even that good looking. And I'm like, a dude tried to kill the president for Jodie Foster. Like, I mean,
that was Reagan, wasn't it?
Was it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And I'm just like, I mean, she's not Angelina Jolie level of, hot, but she's definitely attractive.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd kill the president for her, but I mean, she's
find out she's a lesbian.
Oh yeah, exactly. Damn. Like in this movie, she's fine. She's pretty, but she's not like drop dead gorgeous or anything. She's just she's what she needs to be, I guess.
Well, I think also there's some people that you look at them and like, oh yeah, they're not drop dead gorgeous. They're not ugly, but then their personality brings it out, Like I feel like that's with Emily Blunt. Like, I remember she was in The Devil Wears Prada and I didn't think much of her. And then I saw an interview with her and I was like, wow, she's just glowing, and you just see her personality and it makes her so much more attractive.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely get that.
Mm-hmm.
What's the next one? Dutch Zen says, sending love to you both. Keep up the great work. Thank you. David Booth, review Big Trouble in Little China. I absolutely will. I'm saving that for a special occasion. Stephen Otton, I wonder how many people who didn't read the book thought that Lecter would show up at that house.
I never got that impression.
Yeah, it would have been really weird and inappropriate if he'd showed up to save the day, and it wouldn't be something he would even care about. He would just be doing his own thing. Swabhog says Bill's gun is a Colt Python, which is a double action revolver. So as cool as I think the ending is, it's a bit contrived because he didn't need to pull the hammer back to fire it. So it's just like a cocky move then. Like you were saying, it's almost like I can take the time to cock this weapon before firing. And obviously he couldn't. So maybe that gives a little bit more context to how she beats him. Michael Visman says, your page has definitely helped me get through the day. Hope this will help. Well, thank you. Much appreciated, man. Slosher, someone has already cut a version of the trailer to make it look like a rom-com.
It's awesome. It's like, the classic 90s trailers. It's just so good.
Search for Silence of the Lambs romantic comedy. Cool. I am going to do that after this stream. Harry Hill says, Drinker, would love to hear you review one of my favorite films someday. Magnolia, Midnight Cowboy, Rain Man, Trading Places. Keep up the good work. That's like 5 films. It's like I'm going to need a month to do all that. Geck812 says, series will have a revenge theme. Kurtzman's MO for the Clarice series. I thought Kurtzman's MO was just being shit.
Just destroying everything. See, Silence of the Lambs was something I thought was never going to get touched because, Star Wars, Star Trek, money makers, Star Wars more than Star Trek, but I was like, Silence of the Lambs, really? This is what you want? It's like Kurtzman just knows everything I love, and he's like, what can I fuck up for Anna today?
Yeah, how can I take revenge on Anna? Revenge of the Cis says Ed Norton could have had a sweet Avengers gig, but he kept trying to take over the Hulk script. That is what I heard.
I want to see what the script looked like before he got a hold of it, to be fair, though. Because what if it was just absolutely terrible and everyone makes out like Edward is the worst thing ever, and you look at the script and it's like, oh wow, this makes Captain Marvel look like Oscar-worthy material,
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I really wish whatever problems he'd caused, they'd gotten over it, because I fucking hate Mark Ruffalo. I think he's a shit actor. He's terrible as Bruce Banner. He can't act in the MCU movies. And Ed Norton was just a million times better than him. So, it's a real shame.
I thought it was so weird, the scene where Black Widow starts coming on to him, and I'm like, when did this happen? Why? I'm like, you got what's all the Chris's out there like ripping wood apart, and this is the dude that you are interested in? Like,
Yeah.
really?
I mean, Scarlett Johansson, you can do better than Mark Ruffalo. Like, way
Yeah.
better. Damn, man. Yeah, I never got that romance at all. It made no sense. And
Well, it
yeah.
was so out of left field, and it didn't make any sense.
And it's not like he's even, it's not like he's even really funny or engaging with her. Like, he's just this bumbling, awkward doofus around her. So, fuck knows what she sees. Maybe she likes them beefy. She just wants them to be Hulk all the time. I don't know. Craig Lee Williams says, Drinker, what's some music you like? Any favorite bands or artists? Yeah, I absolutely love Ailstorm. They do pirate metal, and they just make me happy every time I listen to them. They're great. Yeah, give them a listen sometime. You'll love it. Jen McMahon says, Anna, Top Gun 2 and Mission Impossible 7 in the same year. Hopefully, maybe.
Yeah. So I was not impressed with, so to be fair, I have technically seen Mission Impossible movies. I have not seen the first one, second one, third one. I saw the one in the theaters with my dad when it came out, the one where they go to Dubai. Cannot tell you what happens except that the building, that's the tallest building in the world, was in it. And then I watched the one with Henry Cavill. And it's like all these characters talking about Tom Cruise's character instead of him just doing stuff. They're just describing him. And then I was told, though, it was a direct sequel to the past one. So that's why it probably confused me. But I just remember watching an EFAP, and they're just talking about this is the best movie ever. So I'm like, all right, it's the best movie ever. Let me go watch it. And I was bored out of my mind. And not impressed at all.
Damn, you're coming in with the hot takes tonight. Like, there's not many people that come out of a Mission Impossible movie feeling bored. To be fair, like, they are pretty well done for action.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, if you have too much action, it just gets kind of bland. And I'm like, okay, well, this just happened. And I'm like, all right, this just happened. It's the beginning of the movie. All right. But then there's like one scene where it kind of slows down before they're about to jump out of the,
the cargo plane, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And all I could think about, I'm like, Henry is a tall dude, and Tom Cruise is surrounded by boxes, and I know he's standing on a box, and they're trying really hard to get the camera angle to make it look like they're at eye level, but I know for a fact he's standing on a box, and I know how tall Henry Cavill is, and just, they're trying too hard. And then it's action, and then it's a little bit slow, and then it's action, and it's action, and it's action, and action, and action, and I'm like, holy fuck, can't just Tom Cruise have a dialogue or a monologue or something? Can't it just calm down? Like, take a chill pill for 5 fucking minutes. And it doesn't. And then when it tries to, it's not Tom Cruise, it's everyone talking about him. And he's like, oh, he's such a good friend. He'll sacrifice himself for all of us. And it's like talking to his new girlfriend, but he's held up on his old girlfriend. I don't care.
I mean, Tom Cruise is producer of these, and so there's a little bit of like Tom Cruise dick waving that goes on in these movies for sure. The best way to look at it is like it's basically now become like the Fast and the Furious, but with like spying and espionage instead of cars. But it's the same principle. You've got like a team of people that have got to like do a heist or like take on some bad guy with like a bunch of hijinks, and there's going to be loads of stunts, and it's really implausible, and there's like betrayals and all the rest of it. It's just like a slightly more serious version of Fast and the Furious movies now.
But see,
whether you like that or not, yeah.
Well, I like action. I like that kind of stuff, but at the same time, I just have to have the intellectual payoff to make the heist part of it make sense or not boring to me, because I have to care about these people. And once one of my friends explained that, oh, well, this is a direct sequel to the previous one, so that's why you might not know why these things and why they're doing things. But I can't get over how just they all talk about him, and he's standing right there, and they're describing him to this other character. And it's just like, can't you let the action speak for itself and just let Tom Cruise talk a little bit? Like, I didn't think I would need to ask that in a Tom fucking Cruise movie. Can Tom Cruise talk? I get it. He ran. He broke his fucking foot. I don't care at this point because he's been running the whole damn movie. Just talk. Give him some dialogue or monologue, something.
Damn it, Tom! Stop running. Start talking.
Well, it's too much action to where, and I never thought that I would have to complain about this for one of these movies, but it's just, I don't know. I mean, be a little bit more arrogant, Tom, and give yourself some more lines. Slow it down a bit so that way when it does happen, it's more impactful. I guess that's the way I should have said it, but it's frustrating.
Yeah, I think
thinking this is the best movie ever. I watched an EFAP where they tore somebody apart for ripping this movie. This is going to be the best. You know, they all said this is the best movie of this year. So I'm sitting there and I'm like,
yeah, I've always had fun with them, but I've seen them like I enjoy them for what they are, where they're just, you know, they're just fun, action-packed, you know, type movies with a bit of twisty turny plotting going on, but you know, not terribly demanding. But you know, it's each to their own with those kinds of things. I think they're fine for me. Top Gun 2, I'm looking forward to.
I hope it's good.
The trailer made it look pretty good because I don't think they're going to go down the Last Jedi road where Maverick's now a burned out husk of a man, you know.
Tom would never allow that.
Yeah, Tom Cruise isn't going to take that kind of shit, so he ain't Mark Hamill, thank God. Murdoch here says, Drinker, when you describe Mysterio in Spider-Man Far From Home as wearing a fishbowl full of bong water, my wife and I laughed our asses off. It's what he looks like. I just say what I see. Nelson the Gentleman says, Drinker, would you critique me? I'd critique me hard. Say, Anna, can you help me with this couch? And are you about a size 14? Just kidding. Much love. Thank you, Nelson. You pulled it back there at the last second, man. KC, what's that?
It's like, you think I'm fat.
It's just a line from the movie.
I know.
KC Bondurant says, love you both, huge fan. So Drinker, you inebriated alcoholic master of words, I ask you, are you thinking about reviewing WandaVision so I won't have to? Yeah, WandaVision. That's a pickle of a show. I haven't actually watched it yet. And I've been strangely reluctant to for some reason. I don't know if the 1950s setting doesn't really grab me. I know it's kind of a smokescreen and there's like a lot more going on, but like whenever I saw the trailer for it, it just seemed really goofy and silly, and I wasn't quite into it. But Az really likes it, so I'll give it a go.
I mean, I like it, and I wasn't expecting to like it, but you know, I grew up watching those movies, and you know, right now, you know, we're showing my stepdaughter movies, and so we're rewatching right now I Dreamed a Genie so she can see it since she's still little. And you know, I grew up watching that, and I love like Beverly Hillbillies and you know, the Dick Van Dyke Show and all the stuff that they're kind of basing it off, but they're going to go through different eras. And so I personally like the first episode of WandaVision better than the second episode, but it's like they're trying to take those shows, but then it's also kind of like the Truman Show, and there's a break in the Matrix, and you know, Twilight Zone. So there's more going on, and they are adapting some of the comics into it. Well, obviously they kind of have to, but I mean, I would be fine if they just did a sitcom with Marvel characters. You know, I don't mind that.
Fair dues. What's the next one? Caprales Artwear says, Anna, hello, that Star Wars girl.
Hello.
TJ Evans, nothing witty, just a quick thanks for the evening. Oh, and Fight Club is great, damn it. Almost as good as Ryan Drake. Thanks. I'll send you my bribe later. Night King says, I've been binging DC animated movies and shows on HBO Max, and it pisses me off that these animated shows are more adult and interesting than the DCEU. Yeah, DCEU is a mess, man. Absolute disaster of a franchise.
You know, all they need to do is just have Henry.
Just Henry shirtless, just working out. It's fine.
I mean, you could just have Henry building PCs, and that would just make billions of dollars. I mean, here's the thing. I got ridiculed to high heavens when I reviewed Aquaman because people are like, how do you not like Aquaman? And it's like, it's shit, but it made $1 billion because it gives women exactly what we want. But it was false advertising because he was only shirtless for 7 fucking minutes. That's not enough. You're in the ocean. Like, I mean, he somehow has the power to teleport from the Sahara Desert to Italy or Greece, wherever the fuck they are. But it made $1 billion. Now, Henry Cavill is there, and he's ready, and he's willing. You want billions of dollars, I will give it to you. Just put that up on the screen for me, please, and thank you.
I mean, it used to be that like Wonder Woman was the big selling point of the DCU. That was the one movie that like got good critical reviews, made lots of money, everybody's happy, and then wow, the sequel came out and torpedoed that shit right out of the water.
I haven't watched it, but I watched your review and a few other people's, and it's funny how even though all of you are different and the styles, but it's like you all talked about the same things, and I was like, is there like more to this movie? And then you actually go through and it's like, no, it's just like these things. There's no more, you don't cut through and there's a whole nother level of the psychological stuff that was hidden in all of these little Easter eggs. No, it's just face value. This is what it is. And it's like, wow, how shit.
That's literally what they came up with. That's the best they could do. And it's like, what a waste to follow up a pretty decent first movie with this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's such a shame, man. What's the next one? Haralampi Nedlin says, Anna, you should check out The Boys. Showers required.
I have watched The Boys.
Yeah, okay. What did you think of season 2? Just out of curiosity.
I liked certain parts of it, but it was not as good as season 1. I'm just interested in what they're gonna do with the new. I'm blanking on the actor's name. He was in Supernatural, and he's coming in as this one character. But so there is well, I mean, I've already cussed. So there's a very explicit orgy getaway for the superheroes. I've
heard about this.
And the guy from Supernatural and Homelander they have this one scene and they like, oh, is this gay? And it's like, oh, why is this gay? So it's going to be interesting to see next season, especially after the whole little thing that they had with Homelander doing it with the shapeshifter guy. So it's like,
that scene was fucking brilliant when he accidentally changes into his true form and Homelander's like, change the fuck back.
So I think, I mean, they should just call it Homelander at this point, but it's just interesting to see that. And I'm always drawn to shows and movies based on the villains. And because, I mean, villains are so much more fun because the thing about a hero is going on their journey and they're still finding themselves. The villain's already full-fledged. I decided to go to the dark side instead of the light side. And so, but then finding out little pieces every single time. So, and I like that a lot of the characters in The Boys do have darker sides. And I wish that they would take it to the next level with certain characters like Butcher. But I think that they're too scared to not make him so unlikable. But I mean, I would like him so much more if they did it like they are in the comics. So
yeah, because in the comics he's a proper bastard, isn't he? Like he's softened for the TV show.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost as bad as Homelander at some points, but it wasn't as good as season 1. And I'm interested to see what they're going to do with season 3.
Yeah. Fair dues. Nearly Solvent says, critical drinker, get in there, lad. Thank you. Billy Cameras gave me a super sticker, so thanks very much for that. MR Not Dan says, thanks for all the recommendations, drinker. I've loved them all. Great taste in movies. Thank you. Hyper Guyver says, if I had a way to send you a bottle of my mead, I would. I'm in the US. It's a solid 14.5%, and it'll mess you up fast.
Ew.
It's been a long time since I've had mead. It's sweet. It's made from honey, I think, so it's sweet as fuck. But yeah, you can't send booze internationally, sadly. Seymour UK says, "Are you planning on a review of the new Walking Dead World Beyond?" No, because I stopped watching Walking Dead a couple of years ago. When I got to like the Negan war storyline, I got to the end of that, and I was like, I'm just tapped out with this fucking show.
I stopped when they introduced Negan with Glenn. I'm just like, nope, I don't want to watch anymore. And I knew it was coming too, but so I don't know if you ever watched Grey's Anatomy, but the guy that plays Negan is this character named Denny, who's just, you love him. And so it's like, oh, Denny, you're such a nice guy, but then you're a psycho in the show, and it's like, ah.
Yeah, I mean, what is the actor's name again? Because he's been in a bunch. He played, the comedian in Watchmen. Fuck, the name's totally lost on me now. Chat will catch up in like 5 minutes when it filters through to the stream. But yeah, the actor is absolutely brilliant. Jeffrey Dean Morgan is his name. Yeah, like that episode, when he kills Glenn, and then towards the end of it, like he's wanting Rick to cut off Carl's hand. Damn, I was on the edge of my seat just watching that. That was really well done. But yeah, beyond that, like the rest of the war storyline just got really dull. And yeah, I had enough with The Walking Dead. And I just knew it was never going to resolve anything. It was never going to finish.
Yeah.
Sterling Sapien says, thoughts on House of the Dragon. Don't really give a shit about anything Game of Thrones related now. Don't care. They had about 5 or 6 different shows in development at one point, and then they cancelled pretty much all of them. So I don't much care for prequels like that either, because they're never going to be as good as the main storyline. They're always just going to be an add-on.
Mm-hmm.
KC Bondurant says, thank you for helping me understand why I didn't like the last trilogy of Star Wars, even though I'm a huge Star Wars geek. You and Anna both really assisted me with that.
Oh.
Spreading the Star Wars hate one video at a time. It's great.
Dare we?
I know. We should love everything.
Mindlessly consume.
I know. Just consume the product and get excited. Night King 01 says, not that excited for the new 007 film. You and me both, mate. But are you excited for the new 007 game from IO Interactive? Because after playing Hitman 3, I'm hyped. I don't know much about the game, unfortunately, so I couldn't tell you. But it can't be as bad as the films, so bring it on.
Which Bond is going to be in the game?
Well, yeah, exactly. Hokey Bear says, are you excited for the upcoming Disney Plus Star Wars show devoted to the chronicles of Lieutenant Porkins from New Hope? I wouldn't be surprised, man. Honestly, every fucking character that's ever been in Star Wars is getting their own spin-off.
Body positive Star Wars.
Yeah. It'll just be him like hanging out in the canteen, just eating.
I would love it if it was a comedy and John Candy just came back.
I mean, you could practically have like a Cheers type sitcom set in the Mos Eisley Cantina, couldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
It writes itself. And they're probably in the works doing that right now.
Though, so they don't know.
Yeah. Mike Irish says, just wanted to say hello. Enjoying a glass of Jameson right now. Good choice. Cheers. Thanks, man. Dread Cthulhu gave me $5 for super chat, so thank you. Berserk Nerd, Anna, loved you raging about High Republic haircuts. Drinker do snatch, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That video is doing so well. I basically ranted for 15 minutes about, so Disney, Kathleen Kennedy, they want the female audience, but then they give, so I don't know how close you've been following the High Republic, but basically every new Padawan that's a girl is the bestest ever, and they become Jedi Knights before anyone else.
Sounds about right.
Well, then they just give her this. I'm like, she's an alien. It's in a galaxy far, far away. Why does she have a basic ass bitch ponytail? Like when Padme was disguised as the handmaiden, she goes out on Tatooine. She's got this intense braids. Anakin's mom was a slave, and she doesn't even have your basic ponytail. None of the women in Star Wars have these basic everyday hairstyles. And I just went on this rant. I'm like, this is the stuff, if you want a female audience, this is the stuff that us girls pay attention to. And I guess people like that video because it's doing surprisingly well.
I thought they had that shitty, like, half-shaved do going on. Like, that's a pretty dependable haircut for, like, Star Wars characters these days.
Well, also they forget to draw, so she's got like a, Padawan. She's got one of the Padawan braids, but they forget to draw it in like half the comic, and so it's like, what are you doing? But the one I was talking about, they just released this new thing on StarWars.com, and it's this little animatic about this character, and like, oh yeah, this is Vanestra is the bestest little Padawan, and she became a Jedi Knight before anyone else at the age of 15, and it's like, didn't that happen with the other girl though? So you're basically writing the same exact character, just giving them different skin color and slightly different haircuts, but they're all the same basic bitch haircut.
Yeah, so, it's just like low effort garbage.
It's insanely lazy, but they claim that they want a female audience, and then this is the shit that they're doing. And then I'm surrounded by action figures, and I'm just like, look at what we had, like this, and like Bastila, and none of this is something you would see walking down the street, but all of these new characters, it's like, I see that at Walmart. You're giving me the Walmart version of Star Wars, the 3 a.m. Walmart version of Star Wars. You've never been to Walmart, so you probably don't know.
I have been to Walmart, yeah. No, I've never been at 3 a.m, I have to admit. But...
If you're ever back in the States and you're by a 24-hour Walmart, go there at 3 a.m. You will not be disappointed.
Okay. What's this one? Hokey Bear says, am I the only person who, because of this movie, won't touch fava beans or chianti? I suspect there's been a lot of people who've been put off it, but yeah. Mike Irish says, thoughts on Braveheart? It's fun. It's if you're a historian, you're probably going to like tear your entire like scalp off like watching it. But yeah, it makes up a whole bunch of shit that never happened, or they swap characters around from different decades. But fun story, and damn, like it's emotionally affecting. I remember reading like a biography of like one of those special forces guys that served in Afghanistan, and apparently they actually played Braveheart to their dudes before they went into battle, just to get them all hyped up. Like it was that kind of universal, like everyone could watch it and just get fired up about it.
Good movie. I like it. Mel Gibson has it. There's something about the charisma with him, because even in The Patriot, so good.
Yeah, I think The Patriot, they were trying to tap into that same Braveheart like energy. Just maybe wasn't quite as effective. It didn't have like that tragic story to it. But yeah, he was good in Braveheart. He actually did a pretty decent Scottish accent as well, so I'll give him that. Jonathan Ferrier, do you like film noir? Have you seen Out of the Past with Robert Mitchum? A must watch.
That's an old movie.
Yeah, I have not seen that one, I'm afraid, so I couldn't tell you. But yeah, film noir is a great genre.
I love film noir, and I do not think they are going to be able to accomplish it with this new Batman movie. I could be wrong, but from what I have seen and heard, I think they don't understand what film noir is, but then they said, oh, it's like film noir, so everyone's going with it's film noir, and it would be interesting to see. Like, I don't know, I'm just picturing Chinatown, but instead of it being Jack Nicholson, it's Batman,
It was, yeah, it seemed like it was a genre that was specific to a certain time in Hollywood, and that time's passed. And like, if you did it now, yeah, it's just going to come off as a cheap sort of knockoff. Oscar Meyer here says, stop stroking your facial hair. You haven't the hair nor the age. That's what I do when I'm thinking. Like, you go like that. That's why you have beards, so you can think. Stroke it. Sebastian Gorka says, how do you rate the Michael Mann's Manhunter with Brian Cox playing Lecter? Best from Seb. So, yeah, I think we talked about this earlier. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of Manhunter or Brian Cox as Lecter. Like for me, Anthony Hopkins will always be him. But I would, it's been a while since I've seen it, so I'd need to rewatch it. Tyler Smith gave me a $50 super chat, so thank you. Stephen Utson, if Henry Cavill can't be Bond, I will take his place. After all, he is my twin.
Well,
we'll need photographic evidence of that.
I know. What are you doing? Hey.
Is your dog on the loose?
Yeah, but she was getting into something, and so I am kind of like a candy fiend, and I had this box of chocolate, and I
that's not good.
Dragging something, but I thought it was her toy, and now I realize my box of chocolate just got dragged somewhere because I do not see it.
Oh, damn!
But I don't think she could get into it. But
yeah, I mean, if you want to go off for a minute, I can just carry on. All right, cool. I'll just carry on with these then. Mike Irish. Yeah. How much money would it take for you to eat one bite of a human organ? Keep in mind it's an organ from Brie Larson. No! If it was anyone else, like probably $4.99 would get me to do it. But yeah, Brie Larson, I'm fine. Mr. V says, obligatory reminder to play Blood Dragon. Okay, thank you. Reminder taken on board. Evil Zombie Till, unrelated, but Gina Carano was removed from Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy from an officially commissioned Mandalorian art piece. Is this true?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, here. I didn't find it, but so yeah, Ichibaka released this. So there was an artist, and honestly, this has happened before. It's why I haven't done a video on it because I need to find it. But there's been a time, I can't remember if it was Padme or Leia, where they actually removed them. And I think it was probably Leia to put Rey there. So this isn't the first time that they've done it. But so it's Mando with Baby Yoda in front of him. And then there's Apollo Creed and Gina Carano. And then the two bad guys on this side. And so the artist was asked to change it because Ahsoka was really popular. So they said just replace Ahsoka or Gina with Ahsoka for this piece. And so the artist did a video of him erasing Gina and putting Ahsoka in. And so it's like, well, that could technically have been done digitally. It didn't seem like it was necessary, but the tweet was deleted. But I mean, the artist, I guess, was asked to do this, which isn't uncommon, but usually he's drawing with like charcoal and Conti crayons. So in the way that he erases it, I'm like, that's not really something that can erase like that. But I don't know why you would do it like that instead of just doing it digitally. So
and to make it so public as well, like, hey everyone, we're taking Gina Carano out. You would just do it quietly in the background. You wouldn't make people aware of what you were doing.
So I don't think he has particularly the biggest following, but it's just really popular right now for artists to post time-lapse videos, which is what he does to show his process. And I think he was doing it more of, if you have to do this, this is how you would do it, and showing his process. So it didn't seem like there was any, malicious intent from the artist. He's just saying, oh, this was my job that I got paid to do. They asked me to make this change. And that happens all the time. You get changes in commissions and the person wants something different. But again, this is something that you would typically do digitally. Especially since it's colored and you can definitely tell it's gone over digitally in the final product.
Yeah. No, that's fair play.
Added Ahsoka to the end, and added another villain, but I guess there was something different. But it looks really, really bad. And then especially since Disney made the artist remove the post, it doesn't help. I'll send you the information though, so you can have it.
Yeah, no, that'd be good to look at actually. FF Hyatt says, do you think Silence could be reviewed as a romance? She seems to complete him. Yeah, absolutely. Paul Coulton, sweet Jesus, the scene where Hannibal grills Clarice and she tells him the lamb story. Holy crap, that's powerful. Yeah, it's really well done scene. Albert and Beastmaster, $5 super chat. Thank you. Bean with Bacon, agree with Anna about Fight Club. Fincher is all style, zero substance, and Palanchuk's books try way too hard and fail because of it. Brian Cox is Hannibal, and Cavill was a horrible Superman. I think he had you all up until the Cavill Superman thing.
To be fair, here's the thing with Henry. he takes roles because he loves the characters, and then they ask him to do other things differently. It's not his fault. He definitely looks like Superman. In real life, he embodies the qualities of Superman, and he's an awesome person. That being said, you got to take into account that I'm going to get a lot of heat for this, but I've said it plenty of times. Zack Snyder is fucking terrible. And he's got this demented vision that he doesn't know how to see through. And he wants to do this whole dark, gritty thing. And it's just not good. But Henry did the best with what he had. You know, it's like trying to draw the Mona Lisa with regular chalk. It's not going to be Leonardo da Vinci quality.
Yeah, I agree on that front. Like, Cavill he is a good Superman, but he's been lumbered with shitty Superman movies. You know, I think Ben Affleck was a good Batman, but he's been lumbered with shitty Batman movies. You know, and so neither of them have really had their chance to shine, I don't think.
No, he is a terrible Batman.
No, he's not.
He is fucking okay. He goes to go get the thingy. Then he's sitting in his Batcave and he plugs a flash drive into the computer and starts looking at stuff. It's like Batman would have been the one that got the surveillance. He would be the one on top of a building with his little, bat goggles looking, and he would have been the one to find.
Yeah. No, but that's the right. That's the writing.
The flash drive. He's terrible.
No, but that's the writing of it. I'm talking about his performance.
I thought he was terrible. I hated his performance. Wow. And I've seen him do good movies, and it's just, I hated him. I hate Batfleck.
Wow. No, I'm going to disagree with you on that one. I think he's a good Batman. And I like the fact that he's an older, sort of more jaded version of Bruce Wayne. He's got the physicality for it. I think he was a good matchup. Where the hell did I get to with this one? Nick Dunny says, "Hey Drinker, hey Anna, do you think Lucasfilm have learned their lesson from the fallout from the sequel trilogy?"
No, but I think they're desperate for money now. And so I think that's why they won't fire Gina, is because they know that her action figure sells out and the Mandalorian's making money. So their parks are gone. They don't have that to fall back on, because those were just, they could write a check for any amount. And if, made them bankrupt, well, guess what? All of the Disney parks throughout the world are going to make them back that money within, a few weeks. So they don't have those because, a majority of them are closed. So they don't have those to fall back on. So they need something that makes money. This $350 statue of Baby Yoda right behind me makes them money. And, people that don't like Star Wars like Baby Yoda. So,
It's funny how the ideology gets abandoned pretty quickly when the money runs out, eh?
Mm-hmm.
I think the faction that's loyal to Kathleen Kennedy within Lucasfilm have not learned their lesson and never will. They will never understand why people didn't like the sequel trilogy. And so the only way the company's going to move forward, I think, is if they're removed and Favreau and Filoni take over. But who knows? That Nobody Guy says, actors could lose their native accents. Charlie Hunnam lost his accent from SOA. He had to retain it for King Arthur. If they can, like Christian Bale, like he sometimes speaks with a weird, like half American, half British accent at times. I think when they lose themselves in parts, they can sometimes just adopt whatever accent their character's got, and then it takes a while to go back, but never mind. Stephen Otten says, "I forgot about Klaus. Thank you, Anna."
You're welcome.
Chuck Grable. Almost all the horror and serial killers portrayed in movies and TV shows are based on Ed Gein from Plainfield, Wisconsin, and I've been to the place where once the House of Horrors stood. Cool.
Ed Gein.
Gein. Isn't Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre kind of loosely based on him as well?
Yeah, Ed Gein is, so is Psycho. Like, a lot of horror movies are based on Ed Gein, because if you ever watch a documentary on him, you'll know he had a really fucked up life, and he made things out of people's skin, lamps. He had bags of their hair. the whole thing with Psycho and the mom, he definitely had, multi personalities, and he didn't like it when people were rude, and he would kill women that were. It's actually one of the reasons he got caught was because he killed this woman because she was very vulgar. And his room with his mom, everything else was just disgusting and piled and all chaos and insanity. But then the room with his mother was like a little time capsule for her, and very socially awkward, made people uncomfortable. And but when you find out about his whole history and his life, it's just, he had a very religious, spiteful mother, and it really fucked with him. And it's an interesting documentary to watch.
The Death Prince of Bel Air here says, been keeping pace with your drinking, but I can't even string 2 sentences together now. I've not even drunk much on this one, actually. The Mike Penguin podcast says, "Hey, Drinker and Anna, I'd just like to say that you and ER are my favorite movie reviewers. I hope you're taking care of that liver of yours." I'm working on it. I3AR3 says, "Didn't the ending where Clarice shoots Bill echo when she forgot to clear her corners earlier in the film? Oh, and just one more thing, Drinker. Love your beard." Thank you. That's why I'm stroking it. Yeah, I guess that would have worked better, is if she'd come into her room, she couldn't see, and she got that sense, or she was reminded of how she should check her corners, and she just kind of spun round and blind fired and hit him. I don't know.
Well, to be fair, the room that she went in was like a multi-roomed room. So he was in the other side. So even if she did check her corners, which she, the lights were already off and she was down a hallway, and she went into a room and he was in the other half of the room. So she did that when she was in the well with Catherine. She was shutting all the doors except for the one that I believe she went down. So she tried, but I mean, there's not much you can do when the lights are out and your villain has night vision goggles and is stalking you.
Yeah.
But he did that. He talks about it in the book, how sometimes in the beginning he would let them out and he would just stalk them around and play with them. But then it would mess up their skin, so that's why he stopped. And he was very resentful of if there was any scratches or any kind of imperfection in the skin.
Yeah, that makes sense. If he's all about transforming into something beautiful, Tyler Smith gave me a $5 super chat, so thank you. And Andre Antonio Gonzalez said, "Love you, Drinker." Thanks, man. I love you too. Sarcastic John gave me £2, so thank you. Wet Monkey says, "Great show. Thanks, Anna and Drinker." Thank you, Wet Monkey. Sarcastic John, "Who are your favorite crime and thriller writers? Will, love your videos." Damn. I mean, thriller writers. I used to love Andy McNabb. He's like an ex-SAS guy, and he does like kind of thrillers based on his experiences. So they were great fun because when he's talking about like strangling someone to death or whatever, he's kind of done it. So it gives it a bit of authenticity. So yeah, stuff like that. I used to really love Clive Cussler adventure novels. I just love that kind of old-fashioned adventure type stuff, like globetrotting things.
Does Dan Brown count, like with the Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons?
It's a thriller. Yeah.
Yeah, I like his books. They get a little repetitive as you go through because it's like,
yeah. But when if I go on holiday or whatever, like when I used to actually be able to go places, remember that? Yeah, I love a trashy like thriller type thing just to read. It's great.
I'm boring. I just read Silence of the Lambs. I keep reading the same thing over and over again, but I'll read like Star Wars novels, like with Timothy Zahn, or yeah. But I like historical fiction books more than crime and thrillers.
Yeah. What's your favorite authors there, or like periods in history?
Prehistoric fiction. So I really like Clan of the Cave Bear series with Jean M. Owl. Those are.
I've read that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah, I read them all. The last two were kind of rubbish.
It was very repetitive. Yeah, she was quite older at that time, so.
Yeah, but the first four, yeah, I quite enjoyed them. They were good. A lot of sex scenes in it, especially as they progress. Like, damn, like calm down a
Yeah,
little bit. You don't need to do it every chapter.
she was getting a little, you know. That's why I like the descriptiveness of the way that the world was back at that time. Like when she's by herself in the Valley of Horses and, you know, raising the baby lion and the horse and trying to survive. I thought that was great. And then you get to the end and then there's just like sexy time and it's like, all right, like,
Yeah, it's almost once. Fuck, what's his name? John Dlar. Yeah, once he shows up, it almost like I don't know. It takes something
into a
away.
romance series.
It kind of does, yeah, because like Clan of the Cave Bear wasn't like that, and then Valley of the Horses was kind of more of a survival story. But once you get to like the third one, it just becomes like a love triangle kind of thing, and it's a little bit cheapened by it.
It sucks because I really like elephants and so mammoths. I'm like, oh, they're fluffy elephants. And so I love
Yeah.
everything that was introduced in that book that wasn't in the love triangle was really interesting. But because it's like, oh, she likes him, but she doesn't know how to talk to him because she was raised by Neanderthals, and it's like, just fucking talk to him, like Jesus. And then I don't, yeah. But there was
Yeah,
stuff that was presented that was interesting with other characters, and then the journey back because she actually went to these places and she saw, you know, people that, you know, tried to breed horses back to the way that they were back then, and so the descriptions are just fascinating. And but yeah, the other stuff, it's like, when's the next chapter?
Yeah, I actually got to meet the author once. She was down in London. Yeah, she was doing like a talk at the Natural History Museum or something in London. So,
Awesome.
like, I was there at the time, and I was like, oh, cool, I get to see her. But yeah, she's quite. She never ever talks about the actual books or the characters that she writes. It's all just about the research that she does. So I was like, oh, it's kind of not really what I wanted to hear about, but that's fair enough. What's the next one? Yeah, Gunstar1 says, shit out of luck, Silence of the Lambs. Yep, okay. Night King 01, it's so weird watching Ted Levine in Silence of the Lambs be so vicious and cruel, then watching him be so funny and likable on the TV show Monk. Yeah, I mean, I've not seen him in much. Like, he was in that. I think he was in the first Fast and the Furious movie, and then he was in, like, the Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, where he was, like, the antagonist there. But yeah, I've not seen him in much. But he's got the creepy Buffalo Bill character down straight. Kay Four says, so offended by Anna's criticism of the TV show. Will Graham, and yet I could not agree more. She's not wrong. So it's like they're offended, but they agree with you at the same time.
Well, I'm telling you, like, he's too. It's like, calm the fuck down.
Yeah. Stop having so many emotions, Will.
It's like, here's some Midol. You shouldn't need this because you're a dude, but holy fuck, just take it and calm the fuck down.
Gunstar1 says, watching The Expanse alongside your stream, they're about to ram the Naboo into Eros. I assume you've got past that episode. Then it doesn't work out the way you'd think.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah. I always wondered what happened to that ship, and then you find out later on. Like, it didn't just get forgotten about. John, I was sad about. I don't want to spoil it though.
Did somebody die?
I can't talk. Yeah, I don't know how far you got, so no, I won't say. I'm not going to ruin it.
Naomi was staying, and the dude that was in 10,000 BC is going somewhere else, and they're trying to find the little Asian girl that was with the doctor.
Oh, right. So yeah, you got past, where the inspector, where Miller dies on the asteroids. Yeah, I was sad when he died because I liked his character.
That was just weird. I don't know.
I think it probably meant more in the books, because I guess his whole subplot is that he's like fallen in love with a girl that he's never actually met, or even spoken to.
I mean, they talk about that, but then it's just weird when he gets there and she's got the blue stuff and I just didn't buy the romance or the obsession that turned into romance. I just didn't buy it.
Yeah, I again, I think probably the books will go into more detail with it and maybe explain it better. Because in the show, like they only have so much time with the character, and it
Yeah.
sort of just comes across as like this middle-aged guy who's kind of obsessed over a hot young girl, and it's like, yeah,
Well, there was one
it's a
scene
bit strange.
I did a video on it, and it was the first time I'd ever had a video removed by YouTube. And I was going through the blocking in this one scene, and it's where it's been a long time since I watched it. When they're on with the psychopath doctor, and what's the main character's name?
James Holden.
James, yes. So him, and then gosh, what's the other guy's name we were just talking about?
Miller, the
Miller.
inspector. Yeah.
So Holden and Miller are there, and they're talking to the psychopath doctor that did the stuff, and he's against like the back wall. But then Miller goes off to the side, and the way that it's lit, it's like he already has made his decision, and it's just Holden that it's up in the air about. But everyone, just by looking at the scene visually, you already know what's going to happen and where the characters stand. And I was like, this is a great visual scene. And I was just kind of doing a little breakdown talking about it, and I guess I showed too many visuals, and so it got flagged.
Right. Yeah, it does happen. Like, I think probably my favorite character is Amos. I just love his attitude because the man just doesn't give a fuck. Like he could be like, going into a no-win situation where he's guaranteed to get killed, and he'll just be like, "Yeah, well, you got to do what you got to do, I suppose."
Yeah,
it's just great. I love him. What's the next one? John Ochiltree. Off topic, but may I recommend some freaking movies? I think you'd really enjoy Sorcerer, The Hunted, and Live and Die in L.A. Sorcerer, especially. All right then. Hazel Trum. I know you hate Ruffalo, but would you be willing to review Zodiac with Ruffalo and Robert Downey Jr. about the Zodiac killer, a real serial killer who was never caught? Yeah, I've seen Zodiac, and yeah, it's got some proper disturbing scenes in it. I mean, it's a good film, kind of in spite of Ruffalo for me. I still don't like him. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's his style. I don't know. I think he's a bit of a douche in real life as well.
he was good in 13 going on 30.
I can't remember if I've seen that. I don't think I have.
Jennifer Gardner is 13. She wishes she was 30. She wakes up in the grown-up body, and she was nerdy, and Mark Ruffalo was her friend, but they're all grown up, and he's like, no, you turn into a total cunt, and you stop being friends with me.
Right, okay.
And they fall in love. Spoiler, it's a chick flick.
Oh, okay.
And he was just a sweet, dorky guy.
Yeah, I think that's what he's still trying to be, but now he's like, 45 or something, and it just doesn't work quite as well.
Yeah.
Mike Bruno says, I'd love to see Guy Ritchie direct a DC movie. Seems obvious. I mean, he could maybe have done a Suicide Squad movie. Like, it would maybe suit his style. You couldn't have him do like some big epic superhero clash, like not a Superman film or anything like that. It would have to be a low-level one, with... I think that's kind of what they tried to do with Birds of Prey. They tried to ape his style a little bit, and it's like, just nowhere near as smart or funny. Capralis Artwear says, Anna, dare I ask, what's your opinion on RoboCop?
Oh, I love RoboCop.
Cool. Question answered. Daniel Charalou says, thanks, guys. The stream has inspired me to show Silence of the Lambs to my 10-year-old sister at 30 minutes past midnight. hashtag based. Nathan Martinez, The Room is better than Aquaman. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It is. It's definitely more entertaining. Alex James, I'm waiting for the first Ryan Drake movie to hit theaters, brother. Also love to, Anna. I'm waiting for that too. They're working on it. That's all I can say at the moment.
Oh, really? Your book's going to be a movie?
Well, hopefully. I mean, they are hoping to shoot this year. Planning to start in May or June. They were supposed to do it last year, but then the whole beer bug thing hit. And
that's so awesome. Congratulations.
Well, I mean, if it actually happens, it'll be great. I tend to just, like, whenever they give me reports on this stuff, I'm like, yeah, like Hollywood and bullshit kind of go hand in hand. So I don't know how much to believe when they're like, oh, yeah.
Did you get to see like the screenplay for it and everything? Did you write it?
I didn't write it. No, I didn't get.
What?
I get creative input, which means fuck all. But it's all right. They've kept in again probably the bits I would keep in from the books. You know, trying to turn a 500-page book into a 90-page screenplay is a challenge.
So did you get the actor that you would want for your character?
I can't say who they're courting for it, but he does look pretty good. He's not like a big A-lister or anything like that, but he's been in some pretty big movies. But yeah, I could see him play Drake.
Who would you pick for your main character?
Henry Cavill.
I would definitely.
I don't know.
That would make you a lot of money.
Yeah, no, but I mean, Ryan Drake's British, so Henry Cavill would have the perfect accent for it. So from that point of view, I could see him do it. And he's about the right age, sort of mid-30s. So
he's going to be 38 this year.
Yeah, that's fine for Ryan Drake. So I was going to say, I think, I don't know if we'll get through all the super chats because there is a lot of them. I mean, how are you for time? Because I don't want to keep you hanging around.
No. I am good.
Okay. All right. It's 1 a.m. here, but fuck it. I'm just going to press on then. Where did I get to? Yeah. Jonas Diaz says, love both your channels. Keep it up. Any thoughts on WandaVision? And would you both rather have this after a year-long hiatus or Black Widow first? Personally, I'd rather have Black Widow first.
I actually am okay with this because it's something that is playing on my nostalgia, and it's something nostalgic that I like, which is, these 50s sitcoms. I'm actually not too excited about Black Widow just because it's like, well, we already know what's going to happen. So what do I have to look forward to? Yeah. If this were to come out back in, I don't know, 2013, it would be a completely different story, but we already know how the story ends. So
yeah, that's always been the issue with this. I think it'll be a decent film. It'll, like, if it had been a normal movie year, I would be like, yeah, it's probably going to do $1 billion easily. It's a Marvel movie after all. But yeah, I'm still looking forward to seeing it. What's the next one? Night King says, thought of reviewing some animated movies, Drinker, like Batman, Mask of the Phantasm. Brilliant film, and I think the origin story in that is the best. I mean, I'd like to. It's just there's so many other films to try and do. It's like, trying to fit them all in. And these animated films, I've got like more of a niche audience. Gunstar 1 says, Silence of the Lambs, not Saul, too much plot. All right, okay, so he's just correcting an earlier super chats. Fair enough, man. William Simpson, only recently discovered your channel, Drinker, and I'm binging. Love the content. What's your favorite Indiana Jones movie and why? It's got to be Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, of course. No one's ever said that in the whole history of cinema. It's Raiders of the Lost Ark for me. It's the classic one, and it's got the perfect balance of everything. Although weirdly, Last Crusade was the one that was always on TV when I was a kid. I don't know why.
That's my favorite one.
Last Crusade.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Levu says, did you know the CW has released a sequel to Walker with Jared Padalecki? Wonder what that's about. So yeah, Walker Texas Ranger. They've got some reboot of that. Fuck. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They do like the shotgun approach to shows. They just make like 50 of them all at once, and hopefully one will take off. Neil Bradu gave me $5 so thank you for those. The Burke 01 says, I can't not watch it without a nice bottle of Chianti. Perfect. Levu again. I'd love to see you guys cover the Stargate TV shows. I never see people talk about them.
Stargate, yeah. You know what's funny? My mom called me and she's like, Anna, there's this one show I think you would like. It's got like aliens and portals and stuff. I'm like, you mean Stargate? Because it came on Netflix. And she's like, yeah, that one. I'm like, Mom, you watched that with me like for, decades. But all right.
Yeah, that was 97 that came out. Like this when it first started. damn, that feels like a long time ago. But great show. I really enjoyed it.
I like the movie too.
The original movie.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's got Kurt Russell in it, man. Anything with
Yeah.
Kurt Russell in it has got to be good. Yeah, Heath J says, unlike fake film noir Batman, Quigley Down Under is a timeless classic. It really is. It's one for the ages. Christopher says, crazy how the company pushing for diverse characters keeps trying to erase diverse characters like Cara Dune and Finn from their promotional media. Yeah, funny when it gets in the way of making money in China. Neil Bordeaux says, why are you not drunk? Because I have to be kind of sober when I'm doing streams because I have to manage like a bunch of different screens all at once to make sure the whole thing doesn't die. So I have to lay off a wee bit. Adam B says, fine, you get one in advance. Can we all agree that Danny DeVito is the best Penguin? Also, he is great. Yeah. John Leguizamo is the best for the role of clown if and when they make another Spawn movie. Yeah, I'll go with that. Casey Bondurant, most underrated film, Way of the Gun, one of the best monologues by Ryan Philippe in movie history, next to Robert Shaw's USS Indianapolis monologue in Jaws. Yeah, that was amazing, that scene. Please watch it, I recommend. Yeah. I feel like I have seen Way of the Gun, but it's been like a really long time ago.
I'd have to see images of it to know if I saw it or not.
But I love that monologue from Jaws when he's talking about the Indianapolis and the sharks come after them.
I'm terrified of sharks. That movie scarred me for life.
James Smith, hey Drinker, while we're on the subject of serial killers, what are your thoughts on the possible return of Dexter? Is that coming back? I didn't know anything about it. Yeah, I couldn't say much about it, to be honest with you. It's been a long time since it's been on TV, though. I think Dexter finished like 10 years ago or something.
Really? Oh God, I feel old.
Night King 01. When Zack Snyder said Batman kills in The Dark Knight Returns all the time, I was done. Has he read the comic at all? He's too obsessed with Watchmen. Yeah. Watchmen was a good movie for him. You know, doing anything with Superman and Batman, not so much.
Well, that would be a very long thing to get into. I'm just not going to get into it. Read your super chats.
Alosha says back pay for $100 US. Well, thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Rig1994 says, I love both your contents. Have either of you seen Wind River with Jeremy Renner and Elizabeth Olsen?
Fuck Jeremy Renner. He can go to hell.
What's he done?
A lot of stuff, but I've met him in real life. He is an ungrateful asshole.
I feel like there's a story there.
There is. He grew up in the same town that I did. His niece was best friends with my sister. His too famous fucking ass couldn't drive a few blocks to go pick up his niece and my sister. So I had to leave water polo practice, got chewed out by my coach twice to go pick up these girls, drive them a few blocks. And did this bitch say thank you? Absolutely fucking not. He acted like he was doing me a favor, so he can go fuck right off and shove it up his ass.
There you go. Fuck you, Jeremy Renner.
He's an asshole.
You're the least talented Avenger. The Whitfield Report says, Drinker, I started watching The Expanse thanks to you and Gary. Have you read the novels too? Just got the first two on Audible. I haven't read them, no, but yeah, very much loving the show. And yeah, I think a lot of people had the same kind of attitude that I had, where it was like, it's been on for a while now. I'm not sure if I can be bothered starting a new show, you know, trying to catch up with all of it. I'm just glad I finally got around to it. It just doesn't seem to have gotten the attention it really deserves, and it's a shame. Chris Mitty says, cheers, have one on me. Any thoughts on Dark City? It's been years since I've seen it.
Let's see. It sounds familiar.
I mean, I remember quite enjoying it at the time, but like I was a lot younger and I wasn't really like looking at it as a reviewer, so I'd need to rewatch it. Also from Chris Middy, would recommend Barbarossa with Willie Nelson and Gary Busey. Gary Busey is just a legend. Anything with him in it's got to be good. Zach Zalak says, enjoy more booze, drinker. Can you review District B13? Cheers. B13. What's that? I don't know. I'll review District 9, though. Love that. Mitch Bolishuk says, on book 2 of the Ryan Drake series, it's a great way to fill my long work commutes on audio. I'd love to hear your attempt at an American accent. Never! Thing is, it's been too built up now as well. I can never do it.
Couldn't you, I feel like the cop-out is just to do a Southern accent.
It is, yeah. But even that's shit in my case. Marcus Clemens says, hi guys, what's your take on Galaxy Quest? I think it's a massively underrated, and although it's a parody to sci-fi, it actually appreciates their sources. Yeah, the love's there from Galaxy Quest.
I love that movie. It's so great.
Is Tim Allen that stars in it, isn't it? And Sigourney Weaver. Yeah. I mean, he was a great casting choice as well for like that William Shatner type character. Alan
Rickman's in it too.
He is, yeah. Baron says, any thoughts on the other Chuck Palahniuk movie, Choke? I can never say his name properly. Palahniuk. Choke, written and directed by Clark Gregg of all people. I've not seen Choke, so I couldn't tell you. Trenton Quinn says, drinker, when are we getting that Baywatch slow-mo beach run with you and Az? Much love from Dallas. We're working on it. Once the lockdown's lifted and we can meet up together on some crappy beach somewhere, we will record our topless Baywatch run. It's going to be amazing.
Are there even good beaches in England?
You what, sorry?
Are there even good beaches where you live? I feel like it must be freezing.
It is. It's awful. Yeah, there's like 3 days a year when it's warm enough to go sunbathing, and that's when like everyone heads out with their farmer tans and and hits the beach. But yeah, it's not good for the most part. Punky Tuster says, "What's your Firefly Serenity opinions?"
I've never seen Firefly, but my dad has watched Serenity twice while I've been there, and I have no idea what's going on. So
yeah, I mean, I kind of had a similar thing where I didn't really have time to get into Firefly, but like when I saw Serenity was on, I was like, oh, I'll watch that. And then, yep, there's a whole bunch of history there that I had no clue what was happening. So it was a fun movie, though. I enjoyed it while it was on. Walker Mac Fitness says, do you dislike Quigley Down Under? No, it's fantastic. If so, agree to disagree, good sir. Paul Fogarty, do you like the Mad Max movies? Yes, I do. Which is your favorite? Mad Max 2 is my favorite.
Road Warrior?
Yeah. I didn't like Thunderdome as much. It was too kind of Americanized, but...
I think it's funny. What I liked is how the attention to detail and the costumes for the kids, like they're all wearing parts of the plane, and I thought that was cool. Yeah, Road Warrior is probably the best one.
Yeah. The stunts were incredible. Obviously, it was done... way before you had
real. It was an accident.
What's that? Sorry.
One of the stunts was real when they the
yeah. I think I was talking to Az about this, and yeah, like they kept it in the movie, but that stuntman was seriously injured. I think broke half the bones in his body from doing that. Damn.
I'm glad they got it in the shot though.
I know. Yeah. If it was me, I'd be like, "Fuck yeah, you're putting that in." I almost died doing it.
I know.
Trenton Quinn says, I think that Batman's introduction and the warehouse fight in Batman versus Superman were the best parts in an otherwise bleh movie. Yeah, the warehouse fight scene is brilliant. Like, if you're objecting to Batman killing people, then you're going to hate it. But, like, from a choreography point of view, I really enjoyed it. It's just great fun to see him decimating people. So I like that. And it's another reason why Ben Affleck's a good Batman, Anna, and you're wrong.
No,
it's all right. Look, we can't be right about everything. You just have to accept it.
I am right about a majority of things, and he is a terrible Batman.
Moving on. This is the last one, I think. Neil Berdu says, here are some Kanakizian kopecks. Please take off your shirt. That Star Wars girl may appreciate it. No, you wouldn't.
You were saying it to me. I was like, what?
Yeah. The gyms have been closed here in Scotland for quite a while, so yeah, there's nothing good under here at the moment, I'm afraid.
I have plenty of peaches to look at here, guys.
I think that's the last of them. Let me just check. I'll just refresh it one more time so I've not missed any. Oh yeah, there's one more that's come in. So, what are your thoughts on the 80s movie Amadeus? And that's from Gabo.
It's been a really long time since I watched it.
I don't think I've ever seen Amadeus, I'm afraid, so I can't tell you. On that crushing disappointment, I think that's us at the end of the super chats. So, I mean, honestly, I just want to say thank you, Anna, for making this such a special occasion. This is like happy hour number 20. So,
well, thank you for having me on. I would have picked a more thrilling or upbeat movie if I would have known this was episode 20.
It's fine. It was a fun one to talk about. You know, I got to experience Silence of the Lambs again because it's been a good few years since I've seen it. So, man, it was good to see it again. And thank you to everyone in chat who's joined us for this. Thank you for all the super chats. Thanks for your generosity. Thanks for all the funny comments and everything. It's been great. And yeah, as I said, there's a link to Anna's channel in the description. So please give her a subscribe because she puts out great content. And since it's almost 2 a.m. here, I do believe that we're going to end it on that. So, Anna, do you have any parting words for our guests?
I'm not going to be having dinner with an old friend tonight. I will be painting, but I think Gary is still alive, right? You guys can all go raid Gary. But
yeah.
Thank you for having me on. It was fun talking about one of my favorite movies, which everyone is always like, that's your favorite movie? It's like, yeah, it's good. You know?
Nice. So, yeah, raid Friday Night Sites and tell them Anna and the Drinker sent you. But for us, that we've got for today, so we're going to go away now.